Greetings, everyone. Koku here. We are about to start the show. Just want to give you guys a heads up on some of the topics that we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about how the Democrats are shocked that black people are leaving their party. We're going to talk about an incident that happened in Florida. We're going to that involves a sugar daddy situation, by the way. We're going to talk about if we are complicit in the murder of our own people, are we really Pan-African? We're going to talk about the health benefits of apple cider vinegar. We're going to talk about black and privilege in Vietnam. We're going to talk about a wealth mindset, how to develop one. We're going to talk about how things are heating up and a lot of African former French colonies in Africa are saying F you to France. We're going to ask the question, what do we mean when we say the African diaspora? We're going to question whether sexism is worse than racism. And we're going to talk about the recent shooting on a Brooklyn subway station. I look forward to those topics. I hope you guys are looking forward as well. I see the Harsh Ali podcast is here saying tune in. So I appreciate you. If you're here, make sure you hit the like button. Drop a 1 if you can hear me, and let everyone know that you're in attendance. What we're going to do now is start the show. And on the other side, we'll begin with Shoot the Breeze, topic number 1.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, we're back. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. This is the Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Kari, you got to mute that mic. This is a Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. We have some topics for you guys tonight. I want to welcome in Kevin Kari 42 to the chat, to the panel, as well as gas them up. How are you guys doing tonight?
Greetings. It's been a great day. Great day.
That's good to hear.
Peace, everybody.
How are you? Gas them up.
I'm good. I'm well. How's everybody on the panel?
Good. Everyone's good. Thanks for being here again tonight. Yeah, if y'all could mute your mics because there's a feedback that comes through. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. We're just gonna get right into it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is, can you elaborate on this? What is this? This is something that I said that I guess needs some elaborating. Let me share my screen with you guys. Where is it? Right there. Okay. So you guys see the screen. The screen shows a tweet. The screen shows a tweet of mine earlier in the week that says the Frank James stuff is a psyop. You got some gay Asian putting up all his tweets, and it's a checklist of things they think a so-called BIE, which stands for Black Identity Extremists, would say. So if you're unaware, if you've been under a rock somewhere, there's this black man named Frank James, who, let me put this other thing up here. Frank James, let me show you the guy. This guy, Frank James, right here, was the person of interest, and he's since been arrested in a Brooklyn mass shooting on a train station. So this is Frank James here. He's like a 60-odd-year-old guy. And this is who I was referring to. This Andy Ngu, an Asian guy. By the way, if you want to join the panel, just click the link in the chat, and you too can join the panel. I see Mr. Untouchable will be along shortly. My old hometown, the electricity people, carrying on again with the electricity. So I know how that is. But if you want to join, I see Jay's in the chat saying, hey folks, what's up? To gas them up. Of course, we couldn't do it now. Ha ha ha. So again, so I put up that tweet about Frank James being a psyop and how he basically checks off all the lists of what they consider Black identity extremists. And this Asian here who likes to talk shit about Black Lives Matter, Black folks in general, he went all through this guy's social media and stuff. And so he posted stuff like, quote, "I think I will kill you last. Frank James, the Brooklyn mass shooter, person of interest, made disturbing posts recently suggesting he was going to kill people." Right? And he's showing these posts or whatever. He says NYP deleted this tweet. And the tweet was, "Tuesday morning, anyone with information on his whereabouts is asked to call NYPD tips, blah, blah, blah." And he goes on to say, quote, "Of all things, remember this, every motherfucker respects a gunshot wound." Some more social media posts by Frank R. James, the NYD person of interest in the Brooklyn mass shooting. He posted hatred of Trump and appeared to support Black nationalism and BLM. So you see why I say it's a psyop here. They're using this black guy, this deranged lone wolf of a black man, to tie that to Black nationalism. So now Black nationalism and BLM too, but Black nationalism in particular becomes a dirty word, a dirty thing. To continue, he says, quote, "It's time for action." This, again, he's quoting this Frank James guy. He says, "For years, Frank James, the person of interest in the Brooklyn mass shooting, has made references to shooting and killing people on his Facebook posts." And he's putting up these posts from Frank James. I'm not going to open it. It doesn't matter to me. My browser just froze up. Can you guys still hear me on the panel? I guess not. What's going on? Can you guys on the panel hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes.
Okay. So to continue, he goes in some more. He says, Frank James, a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway mass shooting, has many videos on YouTube discussing his militant Black nationalist views. He recently expressed disappointment that Justice Ketanji Jackson is married to a white man. And so they showed a video, I guess, where Frank James was talking about that. He goes on, he says, "Oh, Black Jesus, please kill all the whiteys." That's a quote from Frank James again, right? And this is where I know it's an op, because you see they start putting up images of his post of Michael Johnson and all that kind of stuff, right? You know, to continue, Frank James, person of interest in Brooklyn subway mass shooting, made a number of pro-communists and pro-Fidel Castro. So do you guys get the point? Again, kill Whitey. So, and here's why I knew it was the up, right? Frank James, the wanted person of interest in the Brooklyn subway mass shooting, has a Twitter account where he posted support for Black nationalist group Nation of Islam. He also shared the video of Tariq Nasheed. Now, this Tariq Nasheed video was him clowning Tommy Sotomayor, but you see what I'm saying? Like, they hit all the checklist points. Tariq Nasheed, Nation of Islam, Castro, Black nationalism, kill Whitey. Like, they went down the checklist, and anytime you see they can go down a checklist, like, for example, you guys have been listening to me for some time now. You guys have been around this show for some time now. You've never heard me say any of the things that I just read off. So if they were to focus on me and take me out, they would have to really make up a whole bunch of stuff to tie me to like this radical Black nationalist type thing. You know what I mean? They'll have to go way back to go find some Tariq Nasheed retweet or me talking about Castro, which I don't. You know what I'm saying? So there's a checklist of things that they put out there, and the whole idea is to make Black folks who are conscious, who want to build, who are nationalists, who are in fact even Pan-African nationalists, they want to make us the bad guy. This is an attack on that. And I spoke to Kevin Carre. I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to throw it to him in a second. Earlier in the week when this happened, and he made a point too that they're using this thing to bring back the stop and frisk bullshit that they had going on, which was deemed unconstitutional in New York. And right after I spoke to Kevin Carre, here was the talk again from a bunch of white folks. This Silver, whatever that guy's name, he was on there talking about you have to bring back stop and frisk and all this kind of thing. So it's definitely an up. I've talked enough now. Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, just to reiterate, Mayor bend over and take it up the ass Adams. He's just another Bloomberg 2.0. He was talking even further, talking about, the social media platform should be ashamed of themselves. They're letting all this happen. So what he's trying to do is quell free speech. You know, you said this guy doesn't represent black people. That's just a lone wolf. When a white person does it, it's a lone wolf and mental illness. But with this guy, he's a terrorist. You know, what about all them stuff y'all been doing? What about what? Remember that guy? What's his name? Frank Paddock, the one that shot through his hotel room and killed like 67 people. You know, how come he's not been deemed a terrorist, but he's mentally ill? No, and we spoke about in the week how they use it. They look, you got a black mayor and you got a black police commissioner. Look, they're in support of doing all this stuff, bringing back stop and frisk. They're just using this guy as a tool, Adams. You know, this is, you know what? But as I said, black people, we gotta keep moving forward. We just gotta ignore these people and keep moving forward, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put an obstacle in our way. They see what's going on. They see that the Democrats are losing votes. Look at Biden's poll today. It's what at 36% now. It's they know what's coming on the pike. And you know, another thing that people are not paying attention to, them white people should be worried about what's going on with Sweden and Finland if they join NATO, because now that's going to bring, you know, the whole world into nuclear warfare. But they want to blame us. But you know, I digress.
Gas them up. You are familiar with this story. What do you think of that? We can't hear you, brother. Gas them up. You're breaking up. Let me see if Jay is working. Jay, can you hear me? How are you?
Yeah, let us. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good.
Let us see if my connection keeps breaking up. Well, I witnessed a show this morning, from a brother that
Can you hear?
that normally he's kind of shady, but he was very on point on this case, and He named so this guy was more like a man going their own way, manosphere type of angry
Oh,
black
was it?
man, right?
Oh, okay.
And but the list that you just mentioned, yeah, they're framing black men in general, you know.
Mhm.
They're framing black men. My experience as a Cape Verdean, Amilcar Cabral was Cape Verdean, Guinea-Bissau, half Cape Verdean, half Guinea-Bissau, and yeah, there's plenty of pictures with him and Castro, from my perspective, the Soviets and Cuba and China, they're not. I mean, nobody is friends on the world political stage. Nobody is friends, right? But yeah, they were allies. I'm sorry, they were allies. You know, we had no choice. The West left us no choice. They called us terrorists for fighting for our freedom. And where else could we get our weapons? Well, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, Cubans even came to fight shoulder to shoulder with us, just like they did in Angola against South Africans. So to me, communism and socialism, it ain't. It's not like what I think it is for Americans, right? Americans, their brains have been cooked by this fascist commercial American dream. The communist is group economics. So I hear brothers and sisters speak of group economics, but mention the word communism or socialism, and they go wild,
Yeah.
right? So from my point of view, you guys brains have been cooked concerning those two words, communism and socialism. And so when you just mentioned the list and that he's associated with Castro, I was like, oh shit, here we go, right? So now this black mentally and emotionally disturbed brother is now the face of communism, socialism,
Yes.
the black extremism, the
Black nationalism.
nation of Islam,
Yes.
all of that in one man.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious what they're trying to do. That's my take.
I appreciate that. Let's see if Gas Him Up has the sound fixed now. Gas Him Up, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
You're still kind of breaking up. Say something again. Let's see what's up.
What about now?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody said it. It's a psyop. It's all a game. It's all theater. It's all theatrics, in my opinion. We'll see in another 2 years. We'll find out he's not who they say he was.
All right, thank you for that. It's funny too that someone on Twitter had pointed out something interesting too. So apparently he was in a township in Pennsylvania. I think it's Moon Township. And apparently in Moon Township, they do a lot of staging of these kind of scenarios, right? And a lot of people are trying to tie him to like one of these crisis actors or something. Let's welcome in the revolutionary matron. Matron, how are you tonight?
I'm well. How are you tonight? How's
I'm great.
everybody doing?
I'm great. Guys, the matron has asked you, how's everyone doing?
Fine. Hello.
All right. Thanks. Matron, what say you to this?
Sorry, greetings, Matron, greetings.
Not a problem. You guys know I just cracked the spine on reading and reviewing FBI files of some of our most beloved ancestors who yeah. So everybody has an incentive in America to turn on you. and we'll see. Like Gaston said, in 10, 20 years, might even be 5 years, depending on who you can get to support your freedom of information request. You can get the information, but are you willing to do that? Do you really want to know?
That's an interesting take. Yeah, so that's what I meant when I posted that tweet. It's so, like Jay said, it's so obvious, man. You tied him to all the, especially the elements that white folks hate, and the elements that black folks are scared to have themselves associated with. Right? Like if you look at and then again, this Asian hen, I'm gonna use a different 3-letter word than what I want to use for him. But this Asian hen with the LGBTQP plus flag in his thing here on Twitter, right? He goes through and he posts. Let me see if I could find it again. He goes through and he posts, like, look at this here. Like, he associates the Black Liberation Army. So he's clearly sending out these little dog whistles to white folks that you need to be tougher on these black folks, watch them, etc. And he does this all day, by the way. If I go to his page, he's supposed to be an independent journalist. He spends his whole time shitting on black folks. He's shitting on BLM here. He's shitting on Antifa, who I guess has some associations with BLM and stuff like that. He's pushing the anti-Asian hate thing heavy. He's shitting on, there was a black man shot in the back of the head this past week by a cop. He's shitting on that black guy. Apparently this deranged black guy here beat someone with a stick. How often you see black men walking around with a stick like this? So this is what he does. He focuses on these negative stories that portray that, the intention is to portray black folks in a negative light. And that's what he does all day. I see Mr. Untouchable has electricity. If he comes in time, I'd like to get his take on this as well. Let me ask you guys on the panel, how do you counteract this type of thing? Can you counteract this?
Yes. You got to stop with this bullshit on Twitter about celebrities, FBA agents, and all that garbage, and put your energy into this. Because if we let this thing go untapped, we're gonna end up in the concentration camp or locked away, man. We gotta get on the boat and start fighting back.
Especially being in these people's country, we're definitely heading to the gulags again. The matron who was on the panel a second ago, she got kicked, I guess, says you make your own propaganda. That's how she will address it. Jay, how would you address this?
The same. I think on this point we're all on the same channel. We should have. That's how I will word it. We should have been using this weapon of mass destruction because this is the only weapon of mass destruction that we can reach, and that's propaganda. We should have used it, but no, everything is entertainment for us and words.
Mm-hmm.
I'm angry.
Yeah, do you have an idea how to deal with this stuff?
It's deep. There's a lot of occult stuff that's going on. I would say tap into the occult.
Well, explain that.
Well, I'm driving, so where I'm driving, if the service goes in and out, don't just move on. But basically, like you said, these psyops, right? They manufacture dissent, and so that allows them to create a policy that now all black people have to pay for the action of one person who may have been a government agent, just like the DC sniper, if you guys remember that. So, how could we have combated the DC sniper? Do you remember that guy?
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, the guy was a government agent. So if you Google him and research him, he was government. He was a soldier. So this stuff is very, very dangerous. I think, propaganda is one, but also defining your community. Because if the community is
Guess what?
defined, yeah.
He was a government agent, but wasn't he trying to tell us or the world something about occultism going on? Could it be that he was a spook that sat by the door?
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, the layers go deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. But all I'll say is that, you have to define the community, because once the community is defined, then the people in the community can say that person is not a part of us. Once the community, the fact is the black community doesn't exist, is just a bunch of hogwash nonsense. And so anyone can commit an act, and as long as they have your skin color, the policy to affect the rest of us. So we need to define the community, and that means leaders, elders, council, people that represent us. But that's I was just on another platform where a girl was telling me that I can't take away her blackness, even though she's a swirler. So
okay, let's welcome in Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, how are you today?
Good night, brothers. Good night, sisters. How's everyone?
Good.
Greetings,
Good.
man. How are you?
Good. I'm glad. I'm cooking with gas now. So, let me, if you don't mind, Coco, can I address this situation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that what's happening now is, well, the system always sees us as one big Negro, and I think that we like to look at ourselves as individuals. But this is an example how the system really looks at us as one big nigga. As gassed them up, I was trying to eloquently put it, but I just think that that's how they perceive us. But we don't want to work within the confines of that collective kind of view of the world. But needless to say, I think it's an attack on freedoms, in particular internet, and how we express ourselves over the internet, and spreading the different kinds of ideas. And I think that the system is trying to curtail that. So they have to create this boogeyman. You have to create a rationale for curbing certain freedoms. They already started with the whole Alex Joneses of the world in curbing his speech. Yeah. But with people like us, where we take a particular perspective and a nationalistic view, our views are not for entertainment alone. Our views are to inform. So the system don't like that, what I mean? So they wanna get rid of us as quick as possible. So we have to find different ways and avenues, like some of the ones that I was suggesting earlier to you is fan base and the other Rumble. One, servers outside of the United States, but they still are able. The internet is a global thing. Yeah. So as the U.S. clamps down on certain freedoms, especially speech, is concerned, you gotta force and find different methods of coming together and exchanging views and information, because they're gonna try it, brothers. They're gonna try it. They coming after us. They used to call us black nationalists. Now the new word is black identity extremism. Yep. If you have a picture of Louis Farrakhan or any kind of nationalistic views, they'll label you with that term. So it's a justifiable reason for them to come in and either stop your speech altogether, you know what I mean, or take you offline completely. But I feel it's just like y'all was saying earlier, it's a psyops, but the psyops really is to curtail the information that is out there. Yeah, I don't believe it's for Tariq Nasheed, because I personally think he's with the system, but for everyone else, in particular, people wouldn't believe that they watch our shows and listen to what's actually being said over the internet. But these people they listen. They listen, believe it or not, believe it or not. But that's my spill on that one.
I appreciate that, man. Thanks for joining.
Can I add this too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like what Mr. Untouchable said, like today when I woke up this morning, I got censored. As you said earlier, that gentleman that was killed by that pig in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So I went into all the comment section, and it's very predictable. Oh, you're hearing, he should never have tried to take the pig's taser and this and that when the pig was on the guy's back, right? So I started researching. I started looking up all these white folks attacking police. So I started downloading the videos, and I started uploading to those police unions. And you know what happened? They end up blocking me. They couldn't take the truth. And the one thing I noticed too, when you start putting up against those individual races, they can never say anything back to you. They have no answer. So that's how you also fight it, with the truth. Once you start putting the truth out there, they're gonna back off.
Well, yeah, they'll back off, but I think what Mr. Untouchable is kind of saying too, the bigger bully is the one who come in and get you up off the internet. Speaking of that guy, so this same Asian hen was talking about the Patrick Lyoya situation, and again, notice the terms: a black man shot dead by a Grand Rapids PD officer after violently resisting arrest. Now, I saw the video. I don't know if you guys saw it. It's not one of the topics tonight because, frankly, I get tired of talking about these unarmed killings, and I think video of this stuff is triggering at this point. But there was no violent anything going on in this thing. The guy tried a stupid move to run. He got tased. It didn't really take effect. The police officer was able to run him down, get on his back. The guy did have his hand on the taser, and I wish they would stop making it seem like this taser is so life-threatening to a cop, but somehow it's not life-threatening to a suspect. And then this cop shot this guy in the back of the head, the guy facing the ground, facing away from the cop, shot him in the back of the head and killed him. You know what I mean? But this little rank Asian here is talk about violently resisting. You see, this is the games that we have to play too. We have to come back. And some people call them out on it too. I noticed some black women and stuff call them out on it in the retweets and the replies. But we gotta start being the people who put out the real messaging and stuff here, and that's where we have a chance to kind of push back and maybe save some people from it. Anyone wants the last word on this topic here?
Yeah, about that hen. I think a couple of years ago he got caught out there. I think 2 years ago, and they beat the living hell out of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, over in Portland. Look it up. He got they caught him out there by himself and they beat him up.
That's good. That's good news. All right, let's go on to shoot the topic.
Oh, let me comment one last thing with this.
Yeah, go ahead.
It seems to me that the brothers are more afraid of going to jail and being inconvenienced for a day or two, getting bail and fighting the situation in a different manner, rather than taking it to the police on the street corners. And that's an unwinnable battle, because when the police officer kills you, his version of the truth is always prevail. You know what I mean? Unless you could hire some special person in there, and most black people don't have the money to fund it, but some special person in there to evaluate the situation and really say what the situation actually is. I say be inconvenienced. If they want to take you to lock you up and take you to jail, what's that, a week? You post bond, and then you could fight the situation in another way rather than running. When you run, I think in some states, not all, but it's called fleeing felon. If you are a fleeing felon or you are a person who are committed a felony, then I believe that police has a right to I think it's deadly force. Yep. I think that you could use deadly force on a fleeing felon.
Yep. No, that's been taken away. Actually, they can't do that anymore.
When did they take that away?
Okay, well, it's still on the books here.
Way back in the 70s, there's a case about that when they were doing that a lot. You can't shoot a person.
All the states? In all the states?
There's a Supreme Court case against that, actually. The fleeing felon.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. They could take something off the books, and a few years later they'll bring, because stop and frisk never really stopped if you check it, right? They could always bring that stuff back unofficially, so to speak. But go ahead.
Yeah, I would say just be inconvenienced. You know what I mean? Be inconvenienced. Let them take you where they need to take you, and either in a couple hours or a day or two, you will be able to at least breathe another day. You know what I mean? Don't be so afraid. Don't be so afraid where you let your fear cause you to do something that you ain't gonna see another day. Oh, you ain't gonna take another breath. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
That's me.
I agree 100%. In the chat, the learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron. She said all runners are assumed guilty. Don't run. Absolutely. Off the books, if you run, they will use that in court to say, well, see, he ran, so he must have been guilty, right? And in the court of public opinion, these white folks will, and some of these black folks will say, well, why you run that? He must be do something. The learning curve says practice is not the legislation. Absolutely. Earlier, we had Coach Pete came in and said, bless up family. Daily affirmation by Pauline says, I remember. Who else came? Janelle came saying good evening. And someone else was here earlier. Oh, yeah, Luro was here saying peace, loved ones. Thank you for joining. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure let's get those likes up. And again, the link is here. You don't have to do anything extra. No extra software. No extra hardware. You could use your phone. You can jump on the panel and share your thoughts on this too. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. And I'd really like to hear from you guys in the chat on this one as well. What are your thoughts on this? Is sexism worse than racism? This came with a link as well. Let me share it with you guys. Oh, crap. Sorry. I just had the wrong thing up. Let me grab the link again. Is sexism worse than racism? Here's the link. Sorry about the wait. Let me share it. So much buttons to always be pressing on this thing. All right, here's it. You guys should be able to see it. It says, this is a tweet saying, never forget, this despicable statement was the moment Tamika Mallory officially aligned with hashtag white women against black men, hashtag black feminism. So Mallory had said, and there's actually a short video somewhere of it too. Yeah, maybe it's here. Mallory said sexism worse than racism. That's not quite the statement she made. Let me play the video and you can hear it for yourself. Hold on.
You're going to have to start talking. Now, I will say that when you think about the issue of Kamala Harris and what she will or will not be able to accomplish, you're going to have to start talking about sexism, which I would argue is almost worse than, maybe worse than racism in this country. Now,
so you heard it. She says it's almost or maybe worse than racism. She didn't definitively say sexism is worse than racism. So just to be fair about it. But it does raise a question. Is sexism worse than racism? Now, I saw someone talk about this as we welcome the matron back. I saw someone else, I think it was Great House, say something that's, I like what he said. He said that racism only applies when you're black in white spaces. But if you remove yourself from white spaces, there's no racism. Whereas with sexism, whether you are in a white space or not, you always deal with sexism. So let me throw that to Kevin Carre first. Matron, I'll come to you in a second. Kevin Carre, what say you? Is sexism greater than racism?
Well, the feminists have their finger up this chick's you know what. For one, that's a white feminist talking point. Black women has always been respected in the black community. It's just these people. They want to be in their society, so they're gonna parrot what they say. So you gotta understand. You're not speaking for black people. You're speaking for yourself and them white people, man. I have to say no. Racism is worse than sexism because it includes both black men and black women. This sexism bullshit. I'm sorry. I got to digress off this one too.
Okay. I'm glad the matron came out. I'm going to get to the matron because she's a black woman. I'm going to get to the matron with the last word on this one. Gaston, what say you to this? Is sexism worse than racism?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of women, but what I will say is this. I don't think in Germany Hitler was separating people in his concentration camps based on gender.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Jay, what say you?
Can I count the the hate that that a lot of black females have for black men? Can I count that as sexism? Because that's vicious. I seen vicious shit, like the boy that got killed by cops in the garden of his grandmother, in front of his grandmother and his mother, and sisters were asking if they should support him because his wife was Asian. I mean, can I count that? Can I count that as sexism, or is that self-hate racism? I mean, it's a lot of these females use the hate on black men as trampoline into white society. The so-called swirlers, now it's called divestors. Can I call that sexism? Uh, um, um, the black struggle the voice of the black woman is very strong in the black struggle, and yeah, most of the times it's very emotional, and it also looks, a lot of the times it looks like using skin color to integrate, so yeah, I mean, I'm confused. Who asks these questions? If sexism is worse than what type of lady is this that dares to claim that sexism against the women is worse than racism? What type of mind comes up with that question, with in the background the questions that I just made. I mean, if there's sexism in among blacks, I think it's us men that pull the shortest end. But I digress.
I love it. I love it. In the chat, just to point out some stuff before I go to Mr. Untouchable, Liro says sexism is real, and I agree with that. Sexism is real, but she says, but worse than racism? In any social context, I would disagree. Liro goes on to say, I think the rights of black women have a long way to go, but I don't think the sole reason is racism. Economics, religion play a factor as well. The pro-black perspective, that's Onita say, he said, sounds like she said in the US, in this country. Which is a good differentiator too, by the way. And Lero says, in a global context, though, not in the US. We are free, LOL, too free. And that's an excellent point Lero makes. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? Is sexism greater than racism?
Well, let's evaluate the term itself, because I think that we could start there, because sexism is a gender neutral word. It seems like sometimes that the females have a monopoly on that word sexism. It's like, well, we only going to deal with people who are sexist when it comes to females. That's not always true, because if you look at the court system that exists in America, it would seem like, in particular when it comes to children, the rights of children, and who gets the children and things of that nature, and even in marriage itself, and when it comes to alimony, it seems to me that the courts are very sexist against the males. So I think that this whole idea of, when we talk about sexism, that's really a neutral word. But I think that it would seem to me that the white feminist in America has monopolized that word and say, well, when it comes to that term, it only has to deal with women. And that's not necessarily fair. And I also know that Tamika Mallory is one of Al Sharpton's babies.
Yeah.
So she going to use popular rhetoric, whatever she needs to use to get that bag. She's learned very well from her dad. So she's pandering to a particular audience. That's what she's gonna do, whether she's using sexism or racism or LGBT. You soon will hear on these kinds of points. But I think that she's just really trying to use popular rhetoric to get the bag. She is no different from her Big Daddy Sharpton. So that's where I am on that. I'll wait for the great matron to respond.
Before I get to the great matron, of course, because I want the matron to take her time with this one.
Okay.
Lero says, "Great point, Mr. Untouchable. Sexism applies to men too." Mr. Untouchable, you're back in the Caribbean.
Yes.
How is sexism there?
It depends on what you mean by that.
Okay.
Because there was men in this country, they had different platforms, and some of the men, formed like small organizations, basically saying that they don't necessarily have the rights to their children as they should. So there are men in this country who was very up in arms about that. And when we talk about career orientedness and women getting certain positions in government or whatever, we had a governor general. That's the highest political office in the land. Though it don't have no teeth, there were several different women who sat in the highest office of the land as the governor general. So I don't understand sometimes when we have this sexist argument, because I feel sometimes it's very limited. We don't broaden the scope of a woman could be sexist to a male just as a female could be, or males could be sexist towards women. I think that the discussion is very narrowed, and I think that it needs to be broadened a little bit, because people don't necessarily. We even have ageist, ageism that exists. People don't talk about that. That's another thing. What Tamika Mallory probably will talk about later on when she feel like it's a bag there. But right now is we going buying on this white women's rights issues because we feel like there's a bag there, so we're gonna chase that. But that's where I am with that.
All right, now let's finally, last but not least, is the matron. Go ahead.
Okay, this is such a convoluted issue.
Take your time.
So my first knee-jerk reaction is sexism in any way, shape, form, or fashion worse than racism. I'm going to say no. Unequivocally, no. Is sexism a problem? Yes. But feminists have taken the words of our Black feminist mothers and fathers out of context, because "ain't I a woman too" was not a statement to the mass of men. That was a statement to my man, because we both getting our ass kicked by this white man. Okay? And a lot of times they talk about it as an appeal to white feminists for Black women to be treated with the same gentileness that a white woman was treated with in mainstream society, when that was never what we really wanted. We just wanted peace in our homes. We didn't want to catch hell in and out of the house. Whole nother conversation. The sexism fight and or question has become a situation where predominantly white people that have decided to identify or transition themselves into something else have now decided, I'm not happy over here either. I thought I would have more rights. My name used to be Christine, now it's Chad. My name used to be Bruce, now is, what's her name? Caitlin. My name used to be Tyga or Tigga, now it's Tilly or Tiffany, whatever. And it's bad over here too. And so instead of identifying the system that needs to be rehabilitated or corrected, I'm now going to blame this process that has to do with people, but it's not the people, because I've now mutilated myself in order to fit into a different demographic. We refuse to stare down these issues that are issues. And for as long as we have people willing to chase the bag and go get the money from somebody else that's trying to say, I was wronged here, we'll never fix the system. The system is what's broken, and that's what needs to be repaired. Period, point blank.
While I have you here, I have to mute your mic because it's bleeding and my sound's bleeding back. While I have you here, let me ask you this question. You mentioned how you know, Sojourner Truth was saying, hey, was basically saying, hey, I don't want to catch hell in my home, as well as from you other people, you know, in my home and from you other people. Here's my question to you. When you talk to your, when you've spoken to your ancestral, you know, your ancestors, right? Was there an understanding that a lot of that hell that was being raised in the home was due to your grandfathers or great grandfathers or great great grandfathers receiving that hell from this white man? Because I grew up with my grandparents, and I know from the stories that my grandfather, who I love dearly, may he rest in peace, I know he was a hellraiser when he was young, but the impression I got as a child growing up from him and from others too was that the system dealing with this white boy, that shit will make you come home and act a fool because you were powerless in that world, and you had a little bit of power at home, and you know, a lot of these guys abused their power at home because of what was going on. What was the situation like? What was the stories that you heard from your ancestors about this?
So mine were very similar. They were a little bit, that's why they stayed in the black church so long, even when the church stopped serving them.
Okay.
And that's why they never taught a generation how to make the church serve them, because you might have had to wipe somebody's behind or crap off their walls in your everyday life, but you could be a president, a usher. You had power in those four walls, or in that building. So that's why a lot of people was like, I'm the bishop and you're going to call me the bishop. I'm a deacon. I'm the trustee. You know, so there was that demand of respect. Yes, the system was always identified as the problem, and it was a cracker-based system. I found out things about my family, whether it was about the Masons or the Odd Fellows or their proximity and adjacent relationships with those entities, but they never really fully integrated into them because they were never really fully allowed to access all the benefits that it meant. And what my family understood was that, yeah, we got some Masons in our family, but they don't really do enough to serve us. So, because that's just another cracker entity. So we can't even go there and get the reprieve that we want. And yeah, the fights that happen in the house, or the arguments or the physical violence that happened, was because he was totally powerless at work. He couldn't demand enough money to feed his family. It was just enough to keep him just over broke. It wasn't enough for him to do, you know, this. So there were all of these different barriers in place that were systemic, endemic, and unending. And so the fights were not even with each other about each other. The fights were with each other because there are all these other things going on. So it was the same story. And I was able to see my lineage go back 7 or 8 generations, and to know stories of true struggle and true fight and truly battling with these white people here, because they don't tell you things about America like the America that you know didn't exist until 1959. They don't tell you about the states that got absorbed into America after slavery was over. You know, we understand America one way, but we need to tell the story of America a very different way. Because when you think about the fact that this man can come into your house and just sexually assault your wife, and there's nothing you can do about it because the law is on his side, you haven't been educated enough, or you've been socialized into a sense of powerlessness because they tell you to survive the encounter, you forget that there are some things worth dying for.
Thank you for that. we should you and I should do a crossover show talking about that topic. I think that's an important topic to talk about. That how it's the idea of the bird shits on you and you shit on the bird type thing, or the bird shits on your head so you shit on someone else's head, and that's a lot. That was going on for a very long time, and a lot of people didn't understand that. You know what I mean? So I thank you for your insight. Does anyone on the panel want to address what the matron just said? Gas them up. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm not a matron. I mean, who could go behind what she just said? She just knocked it out the park. I wouldn't even dare touch that. But what I wanted to find out, maybe could someone tell me what is sexism? Like how are we defining it?
Matron?
I can't tell you how they define it. I can tell you how I define it. I define sexism as a gender-based competitive edge, but I also define racism as a race defined competitive edge, as white is an inclusionary group to the exclusion of Black. So anybody can be white or get close to white privilege except truly Black people. And sexism is and only trans, I was trying not to say it because I don't want your show to get banned or somebody to come for you. Only trans people come for this topic because they have mutilated themselves and they now feel like they should get some other benefit because girls get this or boys get that. And it's just like, no, you just don't have a plan for your life. So stop cutting yourself up, get your head right, and do something different. So that's how I define sexism. I define sexism as a gender-based competitive advantage that that's perceived.
And so how does that affect a woman based on that definition?
So in America, and I think sometimes around the world, you can use sexuality or sexual favors and sexual prowess to get some type of economic advantage, whether it's in the workplace or in job selection and choice. You can sleep your way to the top. But there's also certain roles that the system itself assumes women should take on, like raising the children, like Mr. Untouchable mentioned, in the court system, going after fathers. They always assume that if it doesn't work out, it was the man's fault, so he's a derelict. So now the system doesn't just come after him in one way, it comes after him in multiple ways. And a woman, her word can become a law and impact a man very negatively.
No, that part I'm trying to understand from the woman's side. How because I understand your definition, so I'm trying to clearly understand how are women obstructed based on that definition.
Sometimes, okay, in my generation, not so much. We're just locked out of the boys' club. Okay, so if I wanted to have certain jobs in Metro Detroit, working here at the auto factory, I might have to deliberately sleep with the hiring manager in order to get a job on the line that was easier because of sexism, because the job is assumed to be a masculine job. I might have to go give a blowjob to the guy at the truck driving school because he's not going to pass me because he's imposing his perceived will or his perceived role identity on me because women shouldn't do this job. So it's those types of nuanced things that happen to some women. This is not a everyday, all day type of event, but it does happen in some cases to some women. I have experienced some of these things.
No, I would never talk about your experience because all I'm trying to understand is that, when women mention sexism, the part that confuses me is twofold. One, if it's a boys' club, as you say, and this is the same boys' club that has affected people that look like you and I since, the Portuguese men of war decided to leave Portugal and snatch Africans off the Cape Verdean coast. Why would any woman who is supposed to be against that system want to join in on that system? That's the first part that always confuses me.
That confuses me too. So
Then the second part that I don't understand is if and we'll just use a practical example, right? None of these conversations with these arguments of sexism, and I'm not saying that there isn't some sort of gender bias in terms of the so-called soft elite fields, because you never hear of any woman fighting to be a plumber or fighting to work in the coal mines, right? It's always to work in the office. That's where they want to crack the corporate ceiling or break the corporate boardroom, blah, blah, blah. But they're not trying to go in the coal mines and get the blackness on their skin. But you look at Ukraine right now, I didn't see, and you can check this out. If you type in Ukrainian gender theory, you'll see tons of women from Ukraine who wrote on gender theory and intersectionality and all this great feminist theory. Not one of them have picked up a rifle and gone after a Russian. Not one. And I find it so interesting that in this system, they have all these, especially the sexism thing. But when it's time to pick up a gun and say, okay, anything a man can do, well, come on. When the Bloods are across the street on Eastern Parkway rampaging, let's go get them. Right? When Young Boys Incorporated, YBI, is making a mess in Detroit, come on, let's go get them. I don't see any of the women ready to be on the front line. Why is that?
Because that's not what they understand feminism to be. Feminism is not I'm so serious. Like, you can laugh about it, but I look at it from a disempowered perspective because I've never wanted a situation where I needed to make as much money as a man. Because if I can do everything my man can do, guess what? Society tells me I don't need my man. And we're dealing with 3 generations of women that grew up with that ideology. And 4 generations of men that were disempowered by that ideology because they were raised by single mothers. So anyway, yeah, I don't understand that type of feminism. I don't understand. And the only reason they're writing that, you got to remember, you got to look at those writings as them making their offerings and their bids towards America. Because what we have to do, and I talk about this often, what we have to do is position ourselves so that when they flood our shores with all these new types of white people, we don't wind up on the bottom. They are funding them, but they are putting them in a position of basically indentured servitude. But they can outproduce us because they don't have all of the American chemicals to limit their fertility like we have in our system. So make babies and educate them, and then make sure you're employing them. Okay? Because once they get here, yeah, they may be in academia, but they still got to eat. And we got to remember that there were the 3 or 4 fields that never go out of style: mortuary sciences, or the funeral home, the grocery store. Even though they keep trying to put it out of business and this, that, and the other, if you grow something, there's always going to be a marketplace for it. You got to put clothes on your back, and you got to have a roof over your head. So if you can feed the people, bury the people, and entertain the people, you will always have a job. And stop teaching your kids that entertainment is the only way. Propaganda is a thing. Start a family farm. That's a newspaper, a photojournalist. That's everything you need.
I appreciate those words. Jay, go ahead.
This is the first time that that I heard that abortion is something chemical in our body. Abortion is not chemical in our body. People need to stop. People need to be honest. People need to not want to avoid life. Life is not a breeze. You know, we're shooting the breeze in this show, and life is not a breeze. So having children, growing children, it's tough, and it's easier for one of the two sexes, because one of the two sexes is built. The children, new humans come with a spirit, and the primary educator flows just like I've been hearing the past 5 to 10 minutes. I heard somebody flow, and why does that sex flow? Because children come with their own spirit. So the primary educator is open to all those spirits. If a man would be the primary educator, he would force the children to be logic and straight, and etc. So not only has a woman physical stuff that has to do with growing children, and the hormones that has to do with growing children, but also mentally and emotionally she's built to receive all these different spirits that come to this side of our spiritual experiences, or however you want to call this physical phase. So and that man, he's straightforward, and yeah, no, it's this way, and we have to do it that way, and that's not healthy for a bright new spirit in this world. So of course mother is the educator, and the boys, maybe or not maybe, later on, I believe it's around 6, 7, or 8 years, the boys are handed over to daddy. Watch daddy, follow daddy. Because if you stay with me, mommy, you grow up emasculated and emotional, just like those boys in the hood, grown by a single mother. They don't know what making decisions are, or handling a crisis. They get emotional and violent. So I believe sexism is healthy. I believe a woman is a woman, and if a woman behaves like a woman, that's healthy. That's healthy for young, new humans that come into this world. And if men behave like men, or you call it whatever you want. There was this conversation in a Black Father group. What is masculinity? Call it masculinity if you wish, But if men are men and women are women, it's very clear for the new humans that come into this life, and then we'll have less confused adults, and we eventually get somewhere. But if we lie to ourselves, like these people don't have the chemicals that us Americans have, it's not a chemical. It's called abortion. And 30 million. Lately, I've been hearing 60 million. 30 million is a lot of murdered new spirits that should have come to this world and support us. That's a lot of engineers. Just a lot of engineers. That's a lot of plumbers and electricians, and a lot of nurses and teachers that have been killed.
Before the matron returns there, matron, forgive me, but before you do that, I just want to point out something before I lose the thought. You see how gassed them up asked those questions to the matron about what is sexism. By the way, sexism by definition is prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination, typically against women on the basis of sex. I just want to remind you guys, not just you guys in the panel, but you guys in the chat, real talk, Shoot the Breeze is really, it's not my show, it's our show. And the same way Gaston stepped up and asked his questions, all of you on the panel, all of you in the chat can do the same thing. This is how we get conversations really flowing. And I appreciate the matron being a Black woman coming up here and speaking from a Black woman's perspective. Before I throw it to the matron real quick, Daily Affirmations by Pauline said is racism is the worst. Coach Pete said the same. Erzuliism is in the chat, y'all. He said he put up a bunch of fire emojis and 100%. So he agrees with what Jay just said. Matron, forgive me for interrupting you. You have the floor now.
It's not a problem. I just wanted to say, I know a lot of women that suffer with infertility problems. And yes, abortion is a problem because we have told and sold people on the idea that they can take a pill and flush away their responsibility. And that is a whole cultural, political, or storytelling problem that we have. But when I talk about this, I'm talking about women that never, 1 in 6 women have never known life to exist in their body and they wanted to. That's not something that happens in other countries. And that is based on our overly processed diets. And that was really my only point. I wasn't talking about abortion rates. Abortion rates are an entirely different phenomena. And I respect what you said, sir. And I'm not trying to discount what you said, but I'm talking about a different number. Thank you.
I wanna say something briefly, in respect to what Matron said just now, because I didn't know the numbers were so large like that. One out of 6, that's big. But for women who are infertile or who have fertility issues, a girl always told me a long time ago. She said a lot of children out here who wish that they would have had an opportunity to have good mothers or fathers. They are parentless, and adoption should be brought into the fray, because there are a lot of great women out here who may not have the opportunity to physically be able to give birth to a biological child. It does not necessarily stop them from being mothers to children who wish they had some good mothers. Because sometimes the idea of mothering can be a difficult thing with women who could biologically have children. Sometimes they're not the best women in the world, but that's neither here nor there. Right. But I would just suggest that adoption is a viable option for great people to assign themselves to be motherly or to hold that role of responsibility to children who don't have parents. And there are a lot of them. Sometimes they end up at doorsteps in churches and shit like that. But I think that should be entertained within our, to limit it at what, I'm my child or whatever. Yeah, I think that we should give to the world in using adoption as another method of being for mothers who can't have children. There are even mothers who do have children and still are able to adopt. But I think that should also be brought into the conversation as a viable solution for women, good-minded, right-thinking women who want to be mothers, but they can't physically do it.
I agree. I absolutely agree. That's one of the things that I've shared with you guys, but it keeps getting put not on the back burner, but I keep trying to figure out all the working pieces that I need to have a children's home, because that's my story right there. When I was 16, I had decided I wanted 15 kids of my own. So so that didn't happen in my lifetime, but every child I've ever met knows that they have a place in my heart, because you can talk to them right now, and whether they call me matron or TT or Mimi, they all love me and I love them. They can call me right now and they want to live wherever I'm at. So I absolutely agree. That's something that we should bring back to the forefront. Being a foster mom is just like a real mom. It's just that you get different help. The other thing I wanted to say about any of that is there's a lot of stigma because and they do these stories to mess with our heads, where you have these stories of all of these people that were running orphanages and they found all these dead bodies under the orphanages and stuff like that. Those were horrible people doing horrible things at another time in history. As long as, like Mr. Untouchable said, your head and heart are in the right place, go for it.
In the chat, Luro says adoption should be promoted whether you can physically have children or not. It's a need at this point. You know, I actually think it's a part of nation building anyway. You know, you have to gather the ones who were left behind, the children who were left behind. That's a part of nation building. You're supposed to gather and protect and bring those people up. I want to thank you all for that contribution to that topic. I think we came out of that Shoot the Breeze topic thinking or saying that racism is greater than sexism. I appreciate that discussion. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 if there's no last words for that topic. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight is, what is your black take on this? And again, I want to thank you guys who have joined the chat tonight, who are here with us tonight live, for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Drop a 1 if you appreciated that conversation that we just had just now for Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Drop a 1 if you enjoyed it. And make sure to share this with others on Twitter and Facebook and whatnot. Let other people come in and join this discussion, all right? So this what's your black take on this, came from, also came with a link. Let's check it out. So this tweet is from Nikki McCann Ramirez. That doesn't matter. It says, Penn law professor Amy Wax tells Tucker Carlson that quote-unquote blacks and other quote-unquote non-Western groups harbor resentment, shame, and envy, that's a quote, against Western people for their outsized achievements and contributions. Let's take a listen to this, and then let's have a discussion about it on the other side. So let's cue this up.
How is that different from vandalism? It just seems like people coming in and wrecking everything that was valuable in an institution that they never built themselves.
It's very reckless and destructive. It's very vindictive. It's very angry.
Yeah. Where does that anger come from, do you think?
I think there is just a tremendous amount of resentment and shame of non-Western peoples against Western peoples for Western peoples' outsized achievements and contributions. I mean, it's really unbearable. I was actually, leaving aside American blacks, who I think do feel that resentment and shame and envy. I mean, it's this unholy brew of sentiments. I was talking to Glenn Lowry about this bizarre fact that Asian and South Asian Indian doctors at Penn Med, which I know people there and I know what's going on there, that they're on the ramparts for the anti-racism initiative for Dump on America. America's an evil racist place. These are immigrants.
The number one highest income group in America
is Hate America.
Right.
A goodly number of them,
but
not
you're
all.
from a group, I mean, first of all, I hate even thinking in terms of groups anyway, because what matters is the individual, obviously. But as long as we are, if you're a member of the highest income, highest achievement group in America, and you're looking down another group, native-born whites, for example, and saying you're the problem, like, how does that work exactly?
Well, that is, to me, utterly bizarre and fascinating. And
why does anybody put up with that?
Right. I'm not saying all Indian immigrants are this way. I'm just saying you look at the roster of, who's leading the programs, the endless number of programs where they talk about diversity and racism and all the racism that people have to encounter in medicine and how racist medicine is and all this. And you see these brown faces or you see these Asian faces and you think, I mean, literally, you think, so you're coming from your country, which you're implying,
It has a
is
freaking caste
equal or
system.
better than our country.
Literally.
And you're telling us how awful we are. Well, what's the explanation for that?
China's an ethno-state, by the way, which no one ever says. It's about the Han Chinese, and if you're not, that's the problem with the Uyghurs. That's their religion. They're not Han Chinese. Whatever. I'm not even judging. I'm just saying people from there have no right to judge the United States.
But they very much feel that they do. And so
how is that different from?
All right, so that's Penn law professor Amy Wax talking to Tucker Carlson. What do you expect, right? Kevin Carre, what's your black take on this? What you just saw?
Too easy. I had to take some notes, Professor. First, you were talking about Vandals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is she aware about her ancestry? You ever heard of this group called the Vandals and the Visigoths?
Yep, Goths, Visigoths, yeah, and Vandals, yeah.
These were the people going around destroying other European places. Hence the word vandalizing all of vandalizing all those so-called European civilizations. These are people that they were fighting against, right? But the other thing I noticed in this, and the last 2 years we've been getting dumped on as black people saying, "Oh, we're attacking Asians." Now these Asians are getting attacked again. They don't quite understand that white people don't like them. They're just there to use them to get what they want and then kick them to the curb, And the third part you're talking about is jealousy. Listen, I just wanted to create my own. Every time we create our own as black people, these people come in and destroy it. Hence, look at Rosewood, Greenwood, and all them other black towns that were doing very well, more successful than these whites, and they come in and destroy them. What is this woman talking about? But you know what? I'm glad this is coming out more and more now. You see now the white folks are taking off the white gloves. They're just going full force again. They know that their numbers are depleting, and the way she kept talking, the black, the brown, and these ethno states, they're signaling to you, yo, we gotta start teaming up as white people and go after these people, or we're gonna be wiped out. But you know what? I'm gonna stop right here and let the rest of the panel talk.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's definitely a signaling going on there. Which is why they have these discussions, by the way. They have these discussions to inform their people. Jay, what say you to this? What's your black take on this?
I enjoy the bullshit, but then again, in the back of my head, I have this answer, or a poke. I have a poke for ADOS and FBA people, and that is, why do you grant white Europeans? Why do you grant Europeans this continent? Because to be an ADOS or FBA, you first have to grant them that continent. That continent, they have no right. This old hog was talking about giving people rights. She was moving towards, we give these people space in our glorious civilization. No, bitch, you murdered millions of people. Excuse me for the B word. No, ma'am. You murdered millions of people. And then you call yourself American. You're no American, you're European in somebody else's continent. So you ain't granting nobody anything. You robbed land, and now you want to claim that you're so good that you let Indians come and prove to you that you're not superior. What that's why I enjoy it. It's all confusion, and indeed, yeah, they're feeling our breath in their necks, and that's why they make these crazy moves, these crazy Nazi moves in Ukraine, for example. I mean, they're gone. They're broke. They're broke spiritually, economically. They're done. They're done, and we should help them destroy themselves. and step aside on time to not go into the abyss along with them. I enjoy this type of bullshit. That's my take.
I like it. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Gaston, I'm sorry. I'm going to Mr. Untouchable next. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? What's your black take on this? What you just saw?
Well, I just see it as marketing. You know, she's just really throwing red meat to her audience. You know, there's always these so-called authority figures. You know, when Francis Cress Wilson had to debate this, I think he was I can't remember where he was a professor from, but he was just really a Nazi.
Stanford University.
Stanford University. He just was another Nazi in a suit, with an academic qualification. So he is the so-called authority on what happens. But it's interesting how she lumps blacks in America and non-Western groups. And it's also interesting how she uses the word Western in place of white.
I thought so too. I actually chuckled at that. Yep.
Yeah, that was cute. That was cute. But it's just really signaling. You know, you had back in the day, there was this guy. And it's interesting that she is a law professor, and then she says, "What kind of racism is what we talking about, right?" And as she espoused all kind of racist rhetoric, you know, out of her filthy mouth. But it's interesting that they Fox News are very clever. You know, they're very clever at their marketing. So you bring a so-called law professor on, and she sits there and espouses things that can't be refuted. When you speak into a microphone, the important thing is the microphone can never talk back or respond. You know, so when she's speaking to Tucker Carlson is an echo chamber of her own thoughts. So you can't really challenge these ideas. It's just like almost like her speaking into a microphone, and nothing what she says gets vetted or questioned. But like I say, for me, it's just propaganda and marketing. She's showing red meat to her audience, and they do this from time to time. You know, it's their strategic way of enforcing their particular ideas and brand. She talks about civilization. No mention of the people who helped to create it and build it. No mention of the millions of mineral resources that they took from other places of the world to build this so-called great civilization that she exists in right now. No mention of the millions of people who this civilization killed, slaughter, torture, maim, rape, none of that. All of that is sanitized for this one particular view of the great so-called Western world, which is, if you really want to take that adjective out, you just put white world. Yeah, that's what you really want to say. But that's her thoughts, that's her sentiment. You know, we all know what Tucker Carlson is all about, and they are just marketing and throwing meat to their red audience to grow their empire. It is what it is.
Gas them up. What say you to this? What's your black take on this?
Well, you know, funny enough, I actually agree with her.
Talk about it.
I agree with her. I agree with Tucker. To be honest, the colonized. Let me tap into my inner Fanon here, even though he may have been an agent, but that's a different conversation. The colonized have always looked upon the colonizer with resentment. Unfortunately, the colonized don't have the tools, or in many instances, the occult know-how, the technical know-how, the cognitive know-how to really combat it. So deep down, there's a resentment towards these institutions. And so they can't comprehend where you've brought us out from the jungles of whatever, you know, the jungles of Asia, the jungles of Africa, the jungles of South America, and you've given us all these things. And why can't you just be civilized? And it frustrates them, and they're confused as to why the deep down, no matter how much the colonized apes the Western man, he deep down will cannibalize his system. And I think that's what's happening when you look at it from a body system, right? So the Africans and the immigrants who are pouring into Europe by the droves and pouring into North America by the droves, they're like a cancer that's spreading. And so these people don't realize that you know, what did Tupac say? We don't die, we just retaliate with hate and we multiply. And so they're going to continue this, and it's going to keep blowing up in their face, because deep down, this is a system that's not integral to the DNA. It's not intrinsic to the DNA of the people that you've colonized. So I don't care how many PhDs, how many times they go to Yale, Harvard, how many times they are in, all these MIT, Cambridge, all these Ivy League institutions. Deep down, something in them screams and yearns for who they really are based on their DNA and their epigenetics. And so their ancestors are screaming at them, this is not you. And they know that. And so, of course, that's what they're going to continue to do. They're going to continue to cannibalize the very system that the European thinks they've built. So, let them continue. I think it's already crumbling right before their face. We just may not see it. That's just my take on it.
Let me ask you guys a little bit of a micro question. But actually, before I do, let me read the chat for a second. We got Bobby Wright is here. We got Lero who says, what I got to say on this topic ain't really safe for the show. The feelings and opinions of them folk are of no regard to me. KW Don 7 is here. KW Don 7 says, this is Urugu's last stand. They got to amp up the propaganda. And along those terms, I want to ask this question. When the average, we're not white, so we can't speak for the average white folk. But what do you think they're trying to resonate with their audience when they say that these non-Western groups have resentment, shame, and envy? What are these telltale signs that they're trying to get their audience to see? Let's start with Kevin Curry. Oh, actually, Kevin, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kevin said, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'll answer that question last because we haven't heard from Mr. Untouchable. So I'll come back to that. Let me ruminate on that question.
Mr. Untouchable did speak on it, but I'll go to Jay and I'll come back to you. Jay, what is it that you think they're trying to get their people to see when they talk about this resentment, this shame and envy?
Well, lately I have a sort of a system, and that's the psychological term for system. Lately, I'm developing a system, and shall I name it? Shall I mention it? Well, whatever. Lately, I'm developing a system, and I think that the so-called covert narcissist, the Jezebel spirit, is showing. So it's not that they want to show something. No, they want to confirm in their minds their superiority. They are not aware of our point of view. It's like oh, you're just a hater. It's in the street. It sounds like this. What we just watched in the streets, it sounds like this. Oh, they just hating on us, right? And that's the narcissist not understanding that the narcissist just stepped on somebody's toes, right? And
I like that. Go ahead, Jay.
And so that's what I believe is what's happening. So they expect nothing because there is nothing but them. In their minds, there is nothing but them. There's nothing but what they claim they have constructed. Yeah, I can't answer the question. I can only put it like how I just did.
All right, thank you for that, Jay.
Okay.
Yeah, resentment, shame, and envy. Kevin Carey, what are they trying to get their listeners, right, their audience, to vibe with here?
All right. It's something I think Mr. Untouchable said almost 3-4 shows ago. They're trying to what's the word? Come to the understand that they're living through an imposter syndrome. That imposter syndrome. Think about this now. Their system is dying out. What they're seeing around them, this whole year, is you're seeing former colonies rising up, telling AKA Mali, telling France you got 48 hours, or I think 72 hours to get out of the country. You're seeing Jamaica, Belize, Barbados telling the British Crown, we don't want you here anymore. So what they're seeing is, I'll give you a better example. You got a bully, they're in their prime, they're big, they're strong, and they're bullying everyone. And there's, they're all these little kids they're bullying because those little kids are young, weak, and annoying thing. But as those kids get older, they're getting stronger, and they're finding ways to fight that bully. They're building themselves up, they're building their minds up, they're building their bodies up. And at the same time, that bully is getting older. Because if you look at Europe is a very old continent. I mean, not in civilization, but in age. Those people are old and they're dying off, and they're not reproducing as they should. And now I think they're below the replacement level, and they're seeing, someone made a point that they're seeing all these immigrants coming in, because for years, since we were in college, I've been hearing these white supremacists talking about, oh, they're taking away our culture. They're bringing in all these Africans and these Arabs, now they're building mosques in London and blah, 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 this and that. But what they're doing is sounding the alarm, like, whoa, guys, we got to start fighting back. If we don't fight back, we're going to be replaced. Think about over here in the United States. They're fighting the Roe versus Wade. They're trying to prevent white women from having abortions. So I just think that, in my opinion, they're just sounding that alarm, saying, yo, we got to start fighting back, or we're going to be, what's the word? But as I said, replaced. But, I digress.
Mr. Untouchable, when they say resentment, shame, and envy, what are they trying to get their audience to vibe with? Azuliism says they are garnering empathy. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to that?
Well, I think that it is a talking point to make yourself feel better, and it's a justification. See, when people are critical of you, if the criticism is not misplaced, if it's a reasonable criticism, see, a person who is humble will take note of what the criticism is and try to correct, what that criticism is. But an arrogant man, he won't do that. He would do a sleight of hands. Well, you ain't criticizing me because nothing what you say is reasonable. Nothing what you say could be evaluated in a way to where I could make changes for myself. So it must be this. You know what I mean? It's like, because I ain't gonna change myself, so it must be this. So if you really was to look at the words resentment, and you ask yourself, why would people want to resent you? Why would people want to? If you come into my territory, bomb my village, or bomb where I live, you know what I mean? Harm people who wasn't even trying to fight against you. Wouldn't that create a certain level of resentment? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that create a certain level of resentment? If you say people are, we are ashamed. I have to ask yourself, why should we feel ashamed? Could it be that you, from where you standing from, your perch, a privilege, where you standing from, are you looking in where I'm living and saying, well, because y'all ain't as technologically advanced as we are, or y'all don't have these high-rise buildings, or y'all can't have the same level of income we have. This is the reason why y'all should be ashamed. I hear these kinds of arguments with the FBA, third world country kinds of arguments, but nothing is really said about why the state of affairs exist in these so-called third world countries, and how your country may have underdeveloped these countries and stopped them from ascending to a point to where you feel is a privileged point to be. These kinds of conversations are completely left out and scrubbed. But when it comes to people who are narcissistic, you always have to do a sleight of hands. You leave out a little piece of information here, leave out a little piece of information there. People say, well, okay, they envious us. Okay, let's look at the word envy. Should we really be envious of you? It's like every other day you see these mass murders and mass shootings, something inside your Disneyland. Yeah, it's like something is wrong with this picture. You see males competing against females for certain things, saying, well, we women, we really women. I'm a woman in a man's body. You know, these unprecedented things that exist in societies coming up into your developed society. So, and then you say, "Well, we envious of you." Really? Are we really envious of you? Yeah, these like I say, these are the opinions of a narcissist who like to play sleight of hands and try to move a reasonable, critical discussion, evaluating what's actually going on to something different. Say, well, it's not that. It must be really this. You know what I mean? Only narcissist thinks in these kinds of terms. But I think it's easy for them to say that because they don't want the difficulty of evaluating why are people critical of us and why are the reasons that they give are justifiable reasons. Because some it's like you really feel and believe that you live in such a perfect and excellent society that nothing you could do within it could be criticized and looked at or even reconsidered or reevaluated. That's an empire of narcissists. You know what I mean? And it'll go the way of Rome and Egypt and all the other so-called civilizations that existed within humanity. It's a decadent society. If I would, well, that's another matter. But that's my opinions on that.
Mr. Untouchable made some good points there. Resentment, shame, and envy. Gas them up. You get the last word. What are they trying to get across to their folks? Like the other panelists said, they're really just trying to get past why it is they can say that, right? Well, what say you?
I think, sorry about the wind. I think that when you study these things that these people do, one of the most devastating things they did was they grabbed the mind of the colonized. But more importantly, they grabbed the minds of themselves first. So, you think about the people who call themselves Great Britain, right? The self-delusion that has to occur. Why do police officers tell themselves they serve and protect? Why not just say, hey, we whoop your ass if you don't listen to us, right? Like that's much more descriptive of what is occurring. If you look at this Orwellian euphemistic language that's used, right? So in linguistics, there's this Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, and it may have its limitations, of course, but it talks about how language is a reflection of reality, right? It helps shape a reality, right? Jordan Maxwell, who's an interesting guy, but I get this from him. He says if you put an S in front of words, you get swords, right? And what do swords do? They cut and they shape, right? So them using language in that manner is, of course, to pass a message to the viewer who listens to it, but primarily also to deceive themselves first, because one has to believe any form of hypnosis, any form of occultism where you're trying to work on the mind of someone, you have to somewhat believe. You look at some of these pastors who are pretending to be, healers and things of that nature. A lot of times if you study it and when they get exposed, they believe. They start to believe. So it really is a very, very interesting form of self-delusion, and it starts with themselves, and then they try to project it onto others. And he said something that was very, very interesting. He said that I don't like talking about groups because only the individual matters. And within this system, right, this body system, the body politic, right, they call it the body politic. And so there's a great book one can read. It's called by Cantor. The King Has Two Bodies. So how did Europe go from this Machiavellian, the prince, right, and his warring states and these warring factions, to this nation state that we associate the so-called Europe to be with, right? They say you're Garibaldi from Italy. He didn't unite Italy. He divided Africa. And so this idea of the body, it's a very interesting thing, because now the individual, so they individualize us, but use our collective energy at the same time. So we're, on one hand, we're atomized. We're broken down into this single atomic thing, right? The nuclear family, right? And then at the same time, we're put together within this collective body politic. It's a very, very, very interesting form of occult juju or voodoo, whatever you want to call it. I wish Razuli was in here to talk about how if there are parallels within his, access into that occult world, if there are parallels to it, because it's very, very, very interesting. So on one hand, they promote the individual, and they said that's the only thing that matters. But then policy is made not based on what the individual goes through. It's made on what the group goes through. And who is the group? What is the group? Right? The group is often this free-floating term that no one can ever pin down. Perfect example is middle class. Well, what is middle class? Right? Is it middle income? Is it consumption? Is it net worth? Is it income? Is it assets? Is it liabilities? No one knows, but people assume that they are middle class. And so people go along, I'm middle class. I'm the black middle class, this. And as long as you believe it and you go along with it, you've fallen prey to that, to that mind control. So it's interesting. But yeah, I'll stop for now.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4, if there's no last words on that topic. Lero in the chat said they're trying to curb the liberalism in their populations. White conservatism is on the decline. They're trying to reignite that fire in their masses in the U.S., at least. I like that. She says to gas them up 100. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Only in Florida do we laugh, cry, or be embarrassed for the decline of standards in the diaspora. Let's see what the link takes us to. So the link takes us to a news article. Former potential juror in Parkland shooting trial explains, quote unquote, sugar daddy situation. So this is from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A former prospective juror in the sentencing phase of the Parkland shooting trial used an interesting excuse when asking to be dismissed. On Monday, during the first day of jury selection, the woman gave Broward County Circuit Judge Elizabeth Scherer multiple reasons she could not be on the panel. Quote, first of all, let me clarify myself. The potential juror said, July 17th is my birthday. The 4th is my son's birthday. And the 18th is my older son. So that ain't going to work for me. After going over the dates a second time with Scherer, the woman then provided another reason she felt she couldn't serve on the jury. Quote, then again, I need to figure out something, the woman continued. I have my sugar daddy that I see every day. No one expected the jury selection in the Parkland shooters penalty phase trial to go viral. But this clip of Miss Bristol explaining why she can't serve on the panel made the rounds on social media.
You started talking about something, and I'm not exactly sure what it was, but I wanted to ask you, what is it you were trying to tell me? I know you said you're unavailable July 7th, July 4th.
Yes, but when I was looking, yes, go ahead. When I was looking at the whole thing, if I was to be here for the whole month of June, I know for July I got my own plans, and for August and September, I'm gonna use the exact word I use. I got my husband and my sugar daddy.
Okay, ma'am, I only need to know what I need to know and nothing more. So what I need to know is if you're required to be present, is that a hardship for you?
Yeah, I won't get my bills paid. May I speak to?
Okay.
I have pets at home.
Okay. So being here would be a hardship or an extreme inconvenience for you. Is that correct?
Very inconvenient.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay. Wow. That's interesting. I won't continue with the article. Kevin Carre, what say you to this in light of the prompt? Only in Florida do we laugh, cry, or be embarrassed for the decline of standards in the diaspora?
I don't know what to say. That's her personal business. There's nothing really I can say. I've used or excused the same thing to get out of jury duty, but what can I say? It is what it is.
Jay, what say you to this?
Yeah, deputy shame. Yes, indeed. Lawlessness. The shame has vanished. Not only in the United States, in the Netherlands, and I assume in Great Britain and Germany, the countries, the northern European countries. I guess the countries that have populated the United States. The standards among our people are gone, and maybe I don't know. Maybe it's connected with the envy of the previous one of the previous topics. And with the envy comes a little bit of self-hate or self devaluation. I don't know why we lost grip on our boundaries. Yeah, to be honest, I also don't know what to say, but deputy shame.
Gas them up. What say you to this? Should we laugh, cry, or be ashamed? What's your take?
I think that we have to get to a point where we have to question who. Again, I'm sure that's on a TV show, right? And so this marketing of the dysfunction, because as much we can look at like Dr. Sebi, for example, right? And I love Dr. Sebi. Says we have to watch what we put in our mouths because food is information transfer, right? Food are made up of carbohydrates, proteins, and all these things. And so much in the same way, what we consume mentally is also information transfer to our subconscious and our psyche. And so it's interesting how on all these platforms they love to present and promote the backward black person on these shows, whether it's on Maury or on these court shows or black celebrities themselves. So I don't know if we should laugh or cry, but I think perhaps we should no longer consume these things and see ways that we can avoid having to engage with these things. In my opinion, I think the less we consume these things, the more we will be better off. In my opinion.
Question. May I ask guess them up a question?
Sure.
Guess them up. You have a Nigerian background, right? And,
yes, sir.
You are connected with the culture. Are you also connected with the culture on social media?
No, I other than YouTube, I don't think I'm on social media at all. I don't like it. I'm anti-social media.
Okay. That's maybe very healthy because our people do this worse than white media. We in our groups in Facebook, Twitter, anywhere, any social media, you will see you will see Asians work, right? You see shorts of Asia, short videos from Asia that's always working. They are always working, in factories, agriculture. They are always working, and the stuff that we share among ours is worse than this crap. What we just saw. It's I understand what you mean. The marketing of our dysfunction, but we are 10 times worse.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to what Jay just said?
Well, I understand where Jay is coming from. I think that as far as marketing, a marketing dysfunction, as a reality for people, for black people is not necessarily the best. They market us as completely dysfunction, and we do it to ourselves as well. So I would agree with that to a certain in a certain regard. But in looking at this video, I would cry, but I would also feel relieved as well. And the reason why I cry is because, see, we want to get justice, so-called justice, whatever that is, within the judicial system, but we are not ready to do the things to kind of get the so-called justice that we are demanding. She is a person who should not avoid jury duty, in particular when you are going to be assessed or judged by a jury of your peers. So if a person like herself or a person like herself come into that courtroom, from her community, you would want people like her to be on a person on the 12 members who are gonna judge her. So I wouldn't want to duck out in jury duty for some frivolous reasons, because you could impact a person's life in a harmful way or in a great way. But your selfish and self-centeredness, is gonna cause you to avoid some person might receiving like good justice. She may have the person when you duck out from jury duty, you could be the last person, you might be the last vote on a jury that would cause a man to go free or cause a pervert to still exist in the society. The jury might just be filled with the Karens, the Karens we saw on the last prompt, and you might be that one person, who had the ability to get on the jury, because you have to qualify to get on the jury to say, well, no, I'm not gonna allow this thing to happen, and you might be that sole voice, and your need to do whatever you need to do. I know it's an inconvenience for a lot of people, but I think that you could have some impact and effect, especially when the demands from your community is justice within the judicial court system. On the other hand, I feel relieved as well, because she comes off as a very incompetent person. And if I'm in a trial, I wouldn't want to be assessed or judged by a person like herself. She seems to be very, very incompetent. And I could be wrong about that. I could be very wrong about that. But her views comes across to be extremely dysfunctional. And to be put in a situation where you being judged by your peers, I would want someone at least capable, you know what I mean, or at least rational.
Mm-hmm.
So I would feel relieved to not have this person on a panel. So like I said, I would cry, but I also feel relieved.
I know, Jay, I know you asked Gassim a question earlier, but what were your initial thoughts when you saw this?
I was before I guessed them up, and my initial thoughts were deputy shame, and I asked aloud.
Oh yeah.
Where our boundaries have gone, because to be a culture, to be a community, and in that sense, I also agree with Gaston up. To be a community, you have to have boundaries. You have to have laws. There's lines that you cannot cross, and the bar, we have set the bar underground. So to touch the bar, you have to go ass up and reach in the ground to touch the bar. It's not hilarious. It's tragic. It's tragic in my eyes.
Can I ask a question after everyone is done?
I think everyone is done now. Go ahead.
What are the things that have to be done in order to get the quote unquote Black community to resemble the Amish or the Hasidic Jewish community, where we can have the type of control over our own people? Because a lot of times we talk of community and we talk of this, but I don't think we really, or even before that, do we want our communities that look like that? What does the Black community, what should it look like? Should it look like this, like I always say, this 501c3 leadership stuff? Or is it going to look like something that is reflective of, a village, a loose ethnic group, let's say in like Rwanda or Kenya, like if you're Kikuyu, right? And so if your father's Kikuyu, you can trace it back to your village, and there's a language, and there's this and that. How is it going to look, and what can we do to implement that?
Well, I'll say this first and foremost: Black society needs to get over this instant gratification thing, and get used to, you know, that sometimes that the work you got to do is gonna be hard. It's not gonna be entertaining. It's not gonna be funny. It's gonna be grueling. And you got to get past this idea that you can only do work when it's fun and gimmicky and all that kind of stuff. I think that's the first thing we need to get past. I think the thing that we want to get to is, you know, I'm not exactly sure how that looks, but you know, maybe it might be, you know, something that's similar to the Amish in style, in terms of it being peaceful, in terms of it being self-determining, etc., etc. But I'll throw that out there, and anyone else who wants to follow me can answer.
What about we come together, like we have a group here, and we got to start shunning these people. Like, hey, it is what it is. We got to start shunning. That's how we start. Like, if your body, you go to the doctor, and you find out that you have stage 1 cancer, you don't let that cancer metastasize. What you do, you get rid of that cancer before it spreads.
Mm-hmm.
You got to shun. Let them be out there by themselves, and they will learn the hard way.
In the chat, the learning curve said, "Oh my God," when she first saw the video. Azuliism says, "My only issue with her is admitting to adultery. But after that, she's only saying what everybody is thinking. What if she just said, I can't be away from my husband? Or if she said, I don't want to be set from my sugar daddy?" He says the law is tragic and that court is tragic. So she is the least of our worries. So he's really saying the court is the problem. The matron is answering Gaston's question here by saying rebuild family through control, reward, and penalties. We are not ready. Who else wants to answer Gaston's?
I want to attempt.
Yeah,
to
me
answer
too.
that. Yeah, because I want to use some examples because he used a particular example of the Amish. So there are some examples that I could use that existed within the United States of America. So I'll work with that. You know, there was Malachi York. You know, Malachi York, take away the sex and take away the scandal. And I think that this was a so-called community of people coming together under one particular, what do you call it? Demagogue. Demagogue. So take away the religion too if you want to. But the Amish does have religion within that community. So let's look at that as just a framework for what they actually did. You know, everyone within that community was tasked with different things that they would need to do to have the functioning for that community to exist. You know, so if you start from that premise in how they got food, how they believed in building, how they believed in doing different things, I think, because I don't work with the 50 million, I can't work with 50 million Black Americans. So you got to limit it to people who have the same ideas, values, social mores, different kinds of things that you are particularly interested in. If you using the whole Amish framework, I also can, if you want to work outside of the system. If you want to work within the system, I look at a person like Yahweh Ben Yahweh and what he did in South Florida and to develop his community. Again, take away the scandal, take away the demagoguery, and take away all those things. I think it was fascinating what he did to build a so-called community in South Florida. In fact, I think Miami gave him the keys to the state because of what he was, how impactful he was with a particular group of people within this community. Then, if I was to take it outside of the United States, I would look at communities like Ben Amin in Israel, you know, with Dimona and what he did because they think that they're Israelites. So it's, for me, if you want to, it just depends on what kind of community you want to build. If you want to build a religious-oriented community, you know what I mean, without the demagoguery, that may look something different from a completely secular community that exists outside of the so-called system. where you have a group of people coming together for a particular reason or idea or whatever, but it's not necessarily based around religion. But I think that these kinds of things can be done and they are achievable because, like you say, we see it existing within the Amish community and we see it existing within our, well, the small things we have done. But I think that there's a whole lot of demagoguery that comes into play and sexism and plus the system don't really want that. So it's, to me, it's just a slippery slope, but it has been tried before on several fronts. And I think it was unsuccessful because of different reasons, but I think that it can be done. I think that it can be done and I think it's achievable, but it might not necessarily look and form like the things what's been done already or in the past that end up with someone going to jail for a very long time,
Yeah, by the way, Arzuliism in the chat says you can't take away the scandals. So you can't talk about them without talking about the scandals. KW Don 7 says Malachi York's information is pseudo. Is there anyone else who wants to respond to gas them up here?
Yeah. I believe we have to sacrifice. I believe Kevin mentioned it. It always have to be funny and fun, and we're not even prepared to sacrifice that. And so we have to be prepared to sacrifice 1 or 2 generation. And I believe us males. Us males have a responsibility there to sacrifice ourselves at least 1 generation, but I believe 2 generations of men have to dare to be unpopular and set the boundaries of where shame is and where the community ends, where you end to be part of the community, and indeed also what you said, Koku, the instant gratification. We have to sacrifice instant gratification also. We have to transfer community from the horizontal community to the vertical community. In other words, we have to imagine what the children of our children's children. So in other words, people that are not yet here, we have to build for them. We have to try to impress them. So what would you do to impress the children of your children's children? And that's hard work. That's hard work and stable environment. So in the name of those that are not here anymore, the father of your grandfather, the mother of your grandmother, and vice versa, in their name, you have to dare to be unpopular for at least 1 generation. But I believe it has to be 2 generation if I look at how damaged we are, and why would you do that? To impress those that are not here yet. And that's very clear. It's stable. It has to be a stable environment, point blank.
I like that. In the chat, KW Don 7 says there are 5 heads of anti-African thought. They are the NOI, the 5 percenters, the Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, and the Nuwabians. And more recently, you now have the Aboriginals and FBA ADOS. Gaston, you got your answers to your question. What say you to those answers?
No, no, these are all great answers. I just think that it's tough because when you look at and perhaps maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but for me, when I look at community, I'm really looking at, again, the villages, right? I'm looking at ethnicities, and so I think that's why I always call out this 501c3 thing, because ethnicities can be created anew, and I find it interesting because when you look at, for example, since the Berlin Conference and since slavery, the so-called slave trade, things have been set in stone. Whereas you did have things that were loose and so, for example, in Nigeria today, we'll say Igbos and Yorubas, but there was never an Igbo or Yoruba historically, right? This is a colonial creation, the Igbo and the Yoruba, because they were different groups. You had the people in Ogun State, you had these ones in Dahomey region, you had some over here. They weren't all under one king of Yoruba. There wasn't one king of Igbo, and people intermixed and intermarried. There's a great book called How Igbo and Yoruba Became Different Languages. So my point is that there has to be a creation of an ethnic group, and there has to be a creation of rules, norms within that society, right? We have to get away from that individualism thing. I think the closest to it was perhaps the Nation of Islam, and of course it had its whatever issues and whatnot. But and I'm saying within the American context, that has to be done, where an ethnic group is created to say, this is our group, this is what we do. We are the Floridian Blacks, foundational, Tree-Tod, Cherokee, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Call yourself that, come up with something, have rules, have regulations. This is what you're going to do, and live by that, and stand by it, and excommunicate those who don't go along with the rules. It doesn't have to be one demagogue, right? There is no king of Amish. There is no king of Hasidic Jews, right? There's a council of elders. And so I think that's what needs to be done to create it. So now you can start. So when you see an image in the media that doesn't represent your ethnic group, you can stand out and say, no, you don't represent me. I'm sorry, Tamika Mowry. You don't speak for me because you're not a part of me. And when you read like Du Bois, he wrote his thesis on the Philadelphia Negro, which is to say that the Negro in Philadelphia behaved differently than the Negro in Alabama, who behaved differently than the Negro in Oklahoma, who behaved differently than the Negro in Detroit, right? So there were regional differences that now Blackness is this universalism, this Kantian universalism, and it's just this block of identity that everyone must attach to, which is why when you look at it, and this is again back to that juju, right? The instances where you see the videos where all the news feeds sound the same. It's like live reporting from, and everyone's live reporting from, and all the news anchors all sound the same, all look the same, say the same talking points. Blackness is doing the same thing. All the young black boys are calling the police 12. They say, on God, bruh, that's word to my dad, and all this stuff. They're all sounding the same. And so no wonder these young white kids can quickly imitate and incorporate Blackness. And they can say, oh, I ain't black, but I'm black. And so I don't know. I don't know if, like I said, I know we got other topics. I don't want to belabor the point, but I just hope that makes sense to you guys.
Yeah, I get it. I get your point. It's a point you've made on the panel before, and it's real. It's like we have to take into consideration these little variances, etc., in terms of what we are dreaming up for ourselves in the future. The learning curve says we need to build our church. I'm working on a community house to unify continental helpers. KW Don 7 says that, I'm sorry, I read that point before. If there's no last word on that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5.
I just want to just say this quick thing. Just quick thing. Yeah. Malachi York information is pseudo. I agree. But so is Joseph Smith. Okay? And if you was to put Joseph Smith actions against Malachi York's actions, Joseph Smith will make Malachi York's actions look like a schoolboy. And now he has the whole state of Utah up under his ideas, what he created way back when. I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you for that.
Wait, Mr. Untouchable, isn't it Brigham Young?
Yeah, Brigham Young came after Joseph Smith, but Joseph Smith, I think he was the founder of Mormonism. But I might be wrong. But you could correct me on that.
No,
you're right. You're right.
I stand corrected. I'm very sorry about that.
No, that's all right. That's all right, bro.
Yeah. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. We're gonna switch up the conversation a bit, talk about something different. The health benefits of apple cider vinegar. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
So today we're going to talk about the benefits of apple cider vinegar. All right, so what is apple cider vinegar? Basically, you're taking the sugar in the apple juice, and certain microbes, bacteria and yeast, are turning that sugar into alcohol, then eventually into vinegar. So there's a whole process that occurs, and the end product, vinegar, is acetic acid. Now, there's other acids involved, but this is the main one. So remember growing up in Wisconsin, where there was farms all around our neighborhood, and so we had a crab apple tree, and there was a farmer on the other side of the cornfield. So I brought him a big bushel basket of crab apples, and I wanted him to grind up these apples and turn them into apple juice. So he did that for me. I brought them back in jugs, and I left them out in the sun, I think 1 or 2 days, and they turned into something called apple cider. Apple cider is basically a spiked apple juice. Okay, it has some alcohol in it. And that basically was the start of my alcoholic journey at 8 years old. And I'm completely being sarcastic. So I did not become an alcoholic at 8 years old, more like 20 years old. No, I'm just kidding. But the point is that if you take apple juice that's not pasteurized, not heated, it goes through fermentation. Okay, so with the help of microbes, it eventually turns into vinegar. So there's many different types of vinegar that you can get. The one I'm going to recommend is a raw, unpasteurized version of vinegar, organic. Bragg's has a really good one. It also has the mother. What is that? That's basically some residue of some fiber, pectin, some bacteria, and yeast. I do not think that's going to give you a lot of health benefits. Really, the health benefits are the acetic acid, but the fact that the apple cider vinegar is raw means that it's going to be rich in enzymes. So that alone can actually help you in your digestion. So you don't want it pasteurized. And the other thing that, because it's organic, means it doesn't have the added pesticides and the chemicals. So Bragg's is a really good version. Also, the pH is between 3.3 and 3.5. If you get distilled vinegar, it's a little bit lower. I think it's like 2.5. But this is acid enough. All right. So the other thing is you don't need to keep it in the refrigerator. You can keep it outside the refrigerator, and it'll last for like 5 years. Okay. So now let's talk about the benefits of apple cider vinegar. Number 1, digestion. It speeds up digestion. It activates enzymes. So a lot of these enzymes in the stomach, in the pancreas, and other places in the body are dormant, and it takes certain things to activate them. And acid is one of the activators of the enzymes in the stomach to help you break down protein. So right there, that's going to help speed up digestion. Number 2, it's going to control pathogens. If you think about it, you have pickles, you have fermented vegetables that are in acid. That acid in there is preserving that food and preventing bacterial growth. So when you consume an acid, it actually lowers the pathogens in the body. It helps in the overgrowth of certain microbes, especially even a condition called SIBO, S-I-B-O, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, which is a condition where you have bacteria growing in the wrong place. You have all this bacteria growing in the small intestine instead of the large intestine. And so if your pH is not strong enough in the stomach, you can actually develop that condition. So if you take apple cider vinegar, it can help create a condition where the microbes cannot thrive in the small intestine. Number 3, it helps you absorb minerals like calcium, magnesium, and iron. All need a certain pH to be absorbed. If the pH in your stomach is too alkaline, you're not going to absorb as many minerals. Also, vitamins, vitamin K, vitamin C, and even B12 need this acid to be absorbed. All right, number 4, it can decrease gas, bloating, and even indigestion. So the last thing you want is undigested food in your digestive tract. So apple cider vinegar just speeds up the breakdown of food, so you have more of a complete digestion. One cause of gas is incomplete protein digestion. All right, number 5, it decreases acid reflux. Now, normally what happens in the stomach is you have to have an acid of between 1 and 3, very, very acidic, to be able to have that valve on the top close and prevent the backup of acid that comes in your esophagus. So when you lose your stomach acid, the valve doesn't close and the acid can reflux up. And the term for that is GERD. And so you would take an antacid and you feel better. But the next time you eat, it's worse. Why? Because you're making that acid less acid. And so over time, that valve just stays open and you have a constant reflux and you're dependent on these medications. Well, here's the thing. If you take apple cider vinegar, it helps the valve close more, improving the symptoms of acid reflux and GERD. The exact opposite thing you would think that would work, but it does work. Now, even if you look at the side effects of taking medication for acid reflux and GERD, is GERD. It's the same thing. So the side effect is that you get more acid reflux. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so number 6, it helps to release bile. The bile is made in your liver and it's released from the gallbladder, and there's a certain signal from the stomach of having a certain amount of acid that then triggers the release of the bile. So apple cider vinegar can help release the bile that's congested. That's why you probably have less bloating when you take it. Also, the enzymes from the pancreas get released, so you have more complete digestion. All right, number 7, you get more of a complete breakdown with protein. So the protein can then turn into its amino acids, which are the building blocks of protein. And you need a certain acid to activate the enzymes to do that. Okay, apple cider vinegar can contribute to those acids. Number 8, blood sugar improvement. Apple cider vinegar can help you make glucose more sensitive. So you have less insulin resistance and thereby less insulin being produced. And that can directly cause more weight loss. So when you hear these claims about apple cider vinegar helping you lose weight, this is why. Also, it's going to help you lower cholesterol. Why? Because when you reduce insulin, you lower cholesterol. It's probably going to also help with blood pressure. And anything related to high levels of insulin, it can improve. Okay. And lastly, it can help your immune system. It can stimulate the white blood cells to speed up and help fight infection. So as you can see, there are many benefits to apple cider vinegar. So go ahead and take between 1 and 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar in some water. I usually use 16 ounces. I like to put lemon juice in there as well. You can use a straw so it doesn't affect your teeth. And you can take it before a meal, after a meal. I take mine in the evening, right about 6 o'clock. I usually take my wheatgrass juice powder in the morning, and I'll take this in the evening. But in summary, there's many benefits to this product. And if you don't like the taste, you can also get it into a tablet form. And I'll put a link down below if you want to take it in a pill form. All right, guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
So if you want more knowledge on how to create a healthy body.
Sorry about that. Interesting there. The health benefits of apple cider. So like a Sebian, Dr. Sebian now would downplay apple cider vinegar because it is acidic. It does contribute to acidity, and his whole thing was about having more of a alkaline pH. By the way, a lot of people, and this is the problem when regular people talk about science. Regular people tend to be super textbook, super technical with things, when in science it's not as technical as that. So when these guys are saying you want to alkalize the body, they're not saying that you want to make the body pH to be, pH of 8 or higher or something like that. That's not what they're saying. What they're talking about is you're moving the dial. You're lessening the concentration of hydrogen ions in the system, which is what creates the acidity, and you're lessening it. So instead of your body being at a pH of something that's strong acidity, like a pH of, let's say, 3, right? More so dialing back that pH, because it's those pHs when people have cancer and all that kind of stuff. Dialing it back, instead of it being 5.5, let's dial it back to 6.1 or 6.2 or something of that nature. They're not talking about this crazy swing that I see people tend to think that's what they're talking about. Like you're you test the urine or the blood and it's at a pH of damn near 10 or something. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about moving the dial towards the alkaline direction. With that said, Kevin Carre, what did you get from this video?
I mean, I've heard people used to tell me a lot about, apple cider vinegar. Always get the organic one with mother, and I've always heard about Bragg's as one of the top brand. But there's something he said that I started doing last summer. It kind of piqued my interest, which was fermentation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really do the apple cider thing, but I started making banana vinegar. I mean, I don't know what difference, but it tastes good. It's good for you, and it's natural. But this is very, very good information for what he says. But as I said, I'm not a science guy. I'm just a square guy, but very good information.
Yeah, I think one of the things too, if I might add, before I go to the next panelist, is we talk about liberation, we talk about nation building and all that kind of stuff, and we talk about the role education plays, but we don't talk about like food science. We don't talk about health, and one of Sebi's, to me, probably his greatest interview was on the Rock Newman show, and he brought that up. He mentioned like none of these so-called leaders really advocate like health and nutrition, and none of them ever linked with him to try to change anything. So I think it's important. I think it's something that we as who we are need to talk about these kind of things a little bit more too. Let's go to Gaston Up this time. Gaston Up, what say you to this this presentation we just watched?
No, it's an excellent presentation. Of course, I think Dr. Sebi is wonderful, and I think your point about the leaders not embracing him. Again, none of these African leaders they're not there to help the people. In terms of apple cider vinegar, I think I think the human body is, and again, I'm not a scientist by any means, but I think your bodies react differently to certain things, genetically, right? Culturally, there's certain things. So, if you try out a little bit of apple cider vinegar or whatever you try out, just try your best to eat healthy, naturally. Of course, try to eat things that are not as acidic, things that are more alkaline. That's of course a good thing. But just try your best, eat as healthy as you can, drink a ton of water, exercise, get enough sunlight, and for the most part, consume positive and consume healthy things for your mind as well as your body. And I think you'll see the difference. It's just my opinion.
Thank you for that. Jay, what say you to this?
I was reminded of when I was a child. We always had this set on the table, and that was olive oil and vinegar, and it disappeared, and I don't know why. And I'm listening to this guy, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, was that ancient knowledge that was on our dinner table? I'm to be honest, I'm flabbergasted. I was blown away.
Mr. Untouchable, the health benefits of apple cider vinegar. What did you take from this video?
I usually, I'm subscribed to this guy's channel. I think that health literacy within our community is very low. I think to piggyback on what she was just basically talking about, as far as nation building is concerned, nation building involves all aspects of human activity, not just politics or defense. It's all aspects. I reminded about what Obadeli Kambon was saying, that he heard Dr. John Henry Clark say, if you ain't talking about, if you consider yourself a nationalist and if you can't even sew your own underwear, You ain't really serious about nationalism, because nationalism entails all the details that we seem to leave off of the table. And this is a big detail to leave off of the table. I don't really hear the so-called revolutionary leaders or the nationalist leaders talk about these kinds of things, health and just the different functions that they could create and cause a productive human being, an individual. I think that these kinds of discussions need to be talked about. Initially, when we was talking about the last discussion, and as far as children and adoption is concerned, there are millions of children around the world who don't have proper homes to live in or proper families. What about those things in as far as nationalism is concerned? How do we take care of that problem? I think that the issues of problem solving should be on the table, and these problems are varied, not just the politics and white supremacy and all these other things. I think that these discussions need to be had as well.
Yeah, these discussions are actually a part of white supremacy. When we talk about food deserts and all that kind of stuff, that's a part that's due to the policies of white nationalism. Azuli in the chat says Dr. Sebi would be against this. Yeah, I spoke about that earlier. By the way, Azuli, you could also join the panel. The link is in the chat. Does anyone want or need the last word on this topic? All right. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but we're gonna take station ID break. You guys could stretch your legs a little bit, but come back. On the other side, we'll be doing Shoot the Breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? So we're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. I want to thank all of you who are tuned in tonight. Make sure you guys hit the like button, share the content if you like what's going on, and always come back and drop a comment after the video post, or drop a comment live here on the show. I'll read it off live on air. Bitter Medicine Podcast. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 says, what do we mean when we say African diaspora? Let's check out this link and we'll talk about it on the other side.
I don't like using the term African diaspora. That's the term that the African Union settled on when they refer to Black people, or rather Africans, who live outside the continent. And originally, it referred to descendants of those Africans who had left the continent like 200 to 300 years ago, but let alone extended to referring to those in recent times who leave the continent and go to settle to other continents. And in most instances, these new migrants acquire citizenship of these new countries that they adopt. But even without the new citizenship, they are still referred to as the African diaspora. In the following part of this video, I'm going to discuss the top 20 countries with the largest African population outside the African continent. And at the position 19, we have Trinidad and Tobago. Now, this country, with a population of 1.3 million people, is located in the Caribbean, and more than 500,000 of its citizens are Black people or Africans. The other third is made up of Indians who originally came from what is today Pakistan and India. And the remaining group is the mixed people, that is mixed between Indians and Blacks and other groups. So that is Trinidad and Tobago for you. At position 19, we have Germany. Germany has about 1 million of its citizens being of African descent. That is, 1 million Black Africans living in Germany as citizens out of its 83 million people. These are mostly recent migrants who went to Germany to look for better opportunities. At position 18, we have Cuba or Cuba with about 1.1 million people out of its 11 million people. That is about 10% of Cuban population being Black people. At position 17, we have Ecuador with about 1.1 million being Black people out of its 18 million people. That is about 7.5%. Position 16, we have Venezuela, also with about 1.1 million being Black people out of its 28 million people. That is about 4%. Now, Cuba, Ecuador, and Venezuela, the Black populations there are descendants of the Africans who were taken there during the transatlantic slave trade when the Spanish Empire took them there to work in the sugar plantations. At position 15, we have Italy or Italia with about 1.1 million Africans, half of them being North African, that is Moroccans and Tunisians, and the other half, about 600,000 people, being Black Africans. These are most likely recent migrants who go to Europe to look for job opportunities. At position 14, we have the Dominican Republic. This is the country that shares the island of Hispaniola with Haiti. The Dominican Republic is found to the east of that island with about 1.2 million people being Black out of its 10 million people. So about 15% of its population are Blacks, 70% are mixed race people, 10% are whites, most likely Spanish. And speaking of Spanish or Spain, at our position 13, we have Spain again with about 1.2 million people being Africans and about 75% or 3/4 of that being North Africans, that is Moroccans, the Berbers, the Tunisians, and the Libyans. So the quarter of that, 1.2, are Black Africans in Spain. At position 12, we have Canada with about 1.3 million Black people. These are most likely recent migrants from African countries. There could be a good number from Canada's southern neighbor, that is America, who are descendants of American African Americans. Others could be from Jamaica or Mexico or Cuba. Mexico, also known as Mexico, has about 1.5 million Black Africans, also known as Afro-Mexicans. These are most likely descendants of Africans who are working in Spanish plantations, sugar plantations in Mexico and other regions in the Caribbean. In our position 10, we have the United Kingdom with about 2.1 million Black Africans or Sub-Saharan Africans living in the United Kingdom as citizens of the UK. Majority of these Blacks are recent migrants from former British colonies like Jamaica, Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana. At our position 9, we have Jamaica with about 2.6 million Black Africans out of a population of about 3 million. These are descendants of Africans who are taken to Jamaica during the transatlantic slave trade to work in sugar plantations. At position 8, we have Peru. Peru, para, Peru, Now, this is a country located in Southern America, bordering countries like Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, and Chile. Besides the hit song Peru by Nigerian artists, most Africans probably have never heard of Peru. But down there, we have about 3 million black people, or Afro-Peruvians are they referred to down there. 3 million. You won't believe who we have as our position 7. Now, Saudi Arabia, who is our position 7, has about 4 million of its citizens being black. These are pure black Africans. Out of a population of 34 million, this is more than 10% black people in Saudi Arabia. Abdis, Abdul, as they are referred down there, because Abdi means black. So Abdul means black person in Saudi Arabia. At position 6, we have another Arabian country, that is Yemen, with more than 4 million of its citizens being black. This could be recent migrants from Somalia, from Djibouti, from Ethiopia. Also, they could be descendants of former slaves sold to Yemen more than 300 years ago. All in all these are Abdis, Abdul, but citizens of Yemen who are blacks from Africa. At position 5, we have Colombia, the land of Pablo Escobar. Colombia has about 5.5 million people being black people, all of African descent, out of its population of 50 million people. That's about 10% or thereabout. And in our position 4, we have France. Out of its 67 million people, France has between 6 and 7 million Africans, or people of African descent. These could be recent migrants who moved to France to look for better opportunities, or second or third generation African migrants. Half of them could be North Africans, that is Tunisians, Algerians, Moroccans, but the other half are people from sub-Saharan Africa. People like Paul Pogba, who is a famous soccer player. We have Mbappe, we have people like N'Golo Kante. We have actors like Omar Sy, the guy who acted Rupin, and many, many others. And in our position 3, we have Haiti. Now, Haiti is a country that shares the same island, the Hispaniola Island, with another country called the Dominican Republic. Haiti has a population of about 12 million people. More than 10 of that are Africans, or people of African descent. So Haiti is 99% African. As a matter of fact, the African Union should admit Haiti into the African Union. Also, that Africanness has made Haiti a target because it's so close to the borders of the United States, and the US doesn't want a prosperous African nation next to its borders. So, for decades, the US has always meddled into Haiti's local politics. And in our position 2, we have the United States, the nation that is always meddling into Haiti's affairs. The US has about 48 million people that identify themselves as Africans, or of African descent. Majority of these 48 million people are descendants of former slaves who were sent to the United States. About 4.5 million of these 48 million are recent migrants, Africans who recently went to the US from countries like Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, and so on. The US also classifies any person of mixed race between black and any other race as black. So the 48 million also includes people of color or mixed race or mestizo, as they are referred to in Brazil. And in our number 1, we have a country that officially claims that only 16 million of its 202 million people are of African descent. But experts disagree and say that 97 to 100 million are people of African descent, or Afro-Brazilians, as they are referred to in Brazil. And that is only the pure Afro-Brazilians, or pure Africans. When you come to the mixed race, that is anyone mixed between any other race and black, they also make up a very big chunk of the population, making black and mixed race the largest group in Brazil, making up almost 70% of the country's population. Kindly leave a comment in the comment section below. Also, don't forget to subscribe.
Yes, indeed. So, what do we mean when we say African diaspora? So, Kevin Carrero, after seeing that, does that gel with your idea of what African diaspora is?
Well, the way I look at it is, yes, we come from different parts of the world. You, Koku, from Bahamas, Mr. Intouchable from Bahamas, me from Jamaica, and the rest of the panel from different parts of the world. We all come with different culture, but end of the day, our ancestry is right there in the heart of the world, Africa, you know. And at this point in our lives, at this time, we have to learn how to respect, from respect people from different walks of life, different diaspora, and that's how we can build, the black diaspora. As I said, you come from wherever you come from, we come together in one goal, and we can accomplish it. But yeah.
In the chat, Zuliism says the whole world is diaspora. If we go by the out of Africa theory, Euro-Asian Indians, everybody. Gas them up. Does this video gel with your idea of what the African diaspora is?
I think the video is very informative. I'm not sure why the gentleman doesn't like the term diaspora. I think he said the technical term. I think quite often, a lot of times, we get hung up on differences, and I'm not talking about the gentleman in the video, but to piggyback off what the earlier gentleman just said, we have to respect our differences, but understand that there is a common branch or a common root that we all spring from.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if the guy in the video was revealed that the answer to that question, to be honest. Jay, what say you to this? Does this video gel with does the information in the video gel with your understanding of what an African diaspora is?
To begin with, he started with Tobago, right? He started with Tobago as number 20, and Germany number 19, and Germany had about 1 million of us, right? But I live in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands has at least, well, what I guess 700,000 black African descendants, and I'm not counting the 500,000 Moroccans. So yeah, the Netherlands should be at least number 20, if not number, what is it, number 17 or 16, somewhere there. Diaspora is what it's called, right? I mean, us Cape Verdeans, we are migrating. You'll find us everywhere where there's a significant port. You will find Cape Verdeans, and we call those people the diaspora, the Cape Verdean diaspora. That's how it's called, right? I mean, I don't understand what his problem is with the word diaspora.
See, I was wondering, was his problem with the word diaspora or the word African? That's what I was wondering while watching the video.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one because well, in some countries he did not count the North Africans, and I personally have an issue with counting North Africans as Africans. I'm sorry. Another thing, the Abd, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, Abd means servant. He tried in my opinion, he tried to romanticize it and connect it to the name Abdul, but Abd means servant.
Can I add to that too? Isn't the long word for Abd is Abid?
Abid.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, servant, slave.
Mm-hmm.
But I have nothing to add to that.
Well, to defend Islam slightly, even though I'm not a Muslim, Abid, yes, does mean helper, slave, servant, but it doesn't. There is not a connotation to blackness.
All right.
They
Okay.
do that, but it's not intrinsic to blackness.
Okay. I feel you on that. It doesn't point to African per se. It's just a general term that's used often towards African folks.
Yes, and that's because Africans, and that's why I can't. I have a lot of Muslim friends. I can't be Muslim because I'd be the worst type of Muslim. I'd be, hey, listen, they wouldn't like me in Islam because I'd be the first one calling out that stuff, and I would bring problems. So,
but to backtrack a little bit, didn't that guy sound a little bit uppity? Like we guys saying a little bit like he was.
Yes.
He was like, oh, they left here 300 years ago.
Yes.
I'm listening to this stuff. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? He kind of ruined it. It was such beautiful visuals. You're showing the beautiful black people of the world. The colors, the beauty, and then you're gonna ruin it by saying, oh, they're not.
Yeah. So that's why I had to ask the question: is he really against the African or the diaspora part? Jay, before I go to Mr. Untouchable Jay.
Yes. I now that you mentioned it, I'm looking for words, but what was irritating me was counting North Africans as African, and there was something not right to his delivery. I don't know. I thought it was the word diaspora because he mentioned it before he started. So I thought he had issues with the word diaspora, and that's strange because that's how you call it, right? Diaspora.
Right. Mr. Untouchable, what does this video do for you as far as your concept of African diaspora?
Oh, for me, it just shows the beauty and diversity of what we consider to be African diaspora. I think I didn't know, because when I think African diaspora, I would not necessarily even think about Peru, let alone Germany, So I just think that it shows, and to my brother's Jay's point, I don't even think in the Netherlands, but there are a lot of black Dutch people that exist in certain spaces. 700,000 of them, according to Jay. So I appreciate the fact that it showed the diversity. I could see similarities, in particular with the Brazilians and Janganu. The fusion and how we are so connected. And it did like my brother was initially saying earlier. He was talking about the visuals of the video itself, but I didn't take away the fact that when he was talking about African diaspora, I think he means is we shouldn't even consider them use the term diaspora. Just these are African people. These are African people that exist outside of Africa. I think that.
How come? But if that's the case, how come he kept hopping on? These guys been gone 300, 400 years.
No, I think he was just I think he was just given like a historical background of why these people are in these spaces. Because when he talked about Haiti, he acknowledged the fact that these
Right.
The West has been interfering with the affairs of this country, and the fact that it's a black country and they should be associated with the African Union.
Yeah,
So he recognizes these kinds of things. So I just personally think that from what I got from it, I could be wrong, but from what I got from it, he considers these people as African people. Take off the word diaspora; they just exist outside of the continent of Africa itself, and he just is given a historical reference for why these people exist in these spaces.
I also think that because in the European countries he was referring to them as most probably recent immigrants.
Right.
So I don't think there was something negative or to it. It was just a historical reference. But did he mention Portugal? Because Portugal is also Lisbon is also Little Africa.
Is it still?
Yeah.
Africans still go to Portugal like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
I mean, yeah, Lisbon is Little Africa, just like Paris or Brussels. I don't know about Belgium how much, but Brussels is also quite African. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Untouchable, did you finish your thought?
Yeah. I finished my thought. Like I said, I appreciated the visuals, like my brother Kevin was saying. As far as Willie was saying, he want to play, but I can leave him alone to that.
Can I ask a question for Jay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now that this year is the World Cup coming in, I've always been curious. Like we saw last year during the Euros, how the white supremacist British fans were blaming the black players for missing those goals. But before I ask you the question, it harkens back to the very first World Cup in I think I forgot what year in the 1930s between Uruguay and Brazil. And Brazil at the time, they were very arrogant. They're like, yeah, we're gonna beat Uruguay, and they end up losing. And in the same thing, what happened with the British players, they were blaming the black players. How do they treat the black players in your country?
Oh, you don't want to know.
I do.
So you have Pele, right? The Brazilian Pele. He's phenomenal. He's a football god, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a Dutch guy at his level, Johan Cruyff. And Johan Cruyff, I mean, I didn't live Pele, right? I was too young to live Pele, but I lived Johan Cruyff, and he was really a soccer god, right? Like in his head, right? He has a very strange way of verbalizing, and I see that as he's too intelligent for his language, right? So he on the top. On the top, he's intelligent, and with his feet, he's incredible, right? I saw that, but there's a black guy, a Suriname guy, that is way better than him, and because he one time missed a penalty, they wiped him out of the Dutch history. But he has won more prizes than Johan Cruyff. He has. He has. He did the same as Johan Cruyff. Where he played, that team became the champion every time, right? But he played in more teams, in more world phenomenal teams, and he made more teams champion. He has more cups. He has won more cups for teams than anybody on the planet. But the Dutch people hate him because that one time he missed a penalty. No, it's not the penalty. He is black, and I mean blackety black. You understand? And he is better than Johan Cruyff. So yeah. You have other Europeans, even countries like Italy and Spain, where racism in soccer is very strong, and they wonder what's happening with the Netherlands. Why do they not honor Seedorf? That's his name, Seedorf, Sedorf. If you want to look him up.
Right.
And even in Southern European countries where racism in soccer is very strong, they throw bananas at the soccer field when the black guy has the ball, right?
Yeah.
And they make monkey noises and etc. And they'll be like, "Yo, what's happening in the Netherlands? Why don't you honor Seedorf?" So yeah, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I like it. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. I was just very curious about that.
Let's welcome in Zuli to the to the panel. Azuli, what say you to this prompt?
Well, my thing I'm saying to this prompt is the question that I asked. This, he's talking about that. Why is that Asian people, European people are not African diaspora? If we all believe in the out of Africa theory, a group of people got stuck by the so-called glaciers and shit. Why is it that what this man is talking about, he don't talk about the Asians, the Euros, the Hispanic, the Afro Latinas? Why is he only? Well, I guess he said Brazil or whatever. But so
part of it, Azuli, a part of it is we can't afford to include these people as diasporans. Politically and economically, we can't afford to do that foolishness too, to be honest. But go ahead.
But I don't understand why. What I'm saying is, number one, I'm gonna ask you why we can't afford to do that. They're Africans technically. Everybody's African. So, but we're only referring to the dark skin Negroid features as African. So to me, there's something funny style about this. Is that why in our minds we only consider ourselves African diaspora, and the Euros are not considered that?
Let me ask you a quick question.
Is there something subconsciously that is left that we know that is untrue about such theory?
Did you say the Euros are not considered that? Did you say that? Did you mention the word
I said
Euros?
No, I said the Euros are.
Yes, the Euros. Yes, the
Yeah.
Euros. They're not Africans. The Euros. Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying that we have a belief. This man on this video is talking about diaspora here, diaspora there, and I kind of agree with some people. There's a little resentment in diaspora too, and he's using, but I don't know. But why, when we're talking about this, he's not talking about the Asian, the Europeans, the Portugals, whatever.
Do you see yourself in Asians and Portuguese and Europeans in general?
Do I see myself?
Yeah.
No.
That's why. You're an African.
No.
I get where you're coming from. Even if they came out of Africa originally, which I'm not certain on, to be honest with you, because that's a theory, by the way. That's not a fact.
But what I'm saying is, technically, we are part of that. We've been mingled in everything. So we've been on this side, quote unquote, for over 600, whatever, 400, 600 years or whatever, or whatever. We've been on this side, and we still call us diaspora. So why are they not considered diaspora? Because they don't look like us? Because they don't do like us? I could say that the Asian people look like the Sands people.
They're different.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just a conversation. Just the Northern Africans,
I appreciate the comment. And thanks for joining the panels. Please stick around. Yeah, I'd like to hear from the other folks on the panel. What do y'all say to what Azuli is saying?
I want to react.
Okay.
So why don't we call Asians? Why don't we call Asians Africans? Because they're Asian, my brother. Why don't we call Europeans Africans? Because they're European, my brother.
But what I'm saying, I get what you're saying. But
hold on, Azuli.
Oh, sorry.
Let's get Gaston up to respond to you first.
I don't know if I would be. I think. I don't know if my thoughts are really well put together. So I'll sit this one out.
All right, Mr. Untouchable.
If I dealing with, because I know it's really he wanna play. But if I dealing with the cold hard science of what Azuli is saying, what he is saying as far as humanity goes, technically he is absolutely right. Technically. But let me also say this. Azuli don't believe in out Africa theory. Azuli believes in a well, I think we had this discussion before. I think that he don't necessarily believe in out Africa theory. So why would it matter to a brother who was here already here like thousands of years ago? I mean, and let me also say this too. The Asians also have the theory of humanity and where humanity comes from, and they may not necessarily agree with our Africa theory. So they would disagree and say that they are part of the African diaspora. You have to find out what these people say about themselves. The Europeans, for many years, disputed our Africa theory and said that they came out of Europe. They don't believe in our Africa theory either. They say that they are a different brand of human being, even though lightning can't strike in the same place at the same time. But that's neither here nor there. But I would just look at what the people say about themselves, and these people who you are including the Hindus, India, and the Asians of Asia, and even the European. All these people have their own Genesis beginning stories or where they would have come from. And I ain't gonna dispute with them or what they say about themselves. They just don't include me in that factor. So when I talk about my story, I talk about my human being story and where I came from. That's why I find connectedness with these people, because I look at what we say about ourselves. That's why I come from that premise. But I understand on a scientific level what you were saying, even though historically all these people have had various different stories, and the impact of their stories, in particular, who you're talking about, impacted their experience much different from me and you and people who look like me and you.
So in the chat, KW7 says Urugu can never be African. He says in order to be African, you have to resemble what Africans look like 250,000 years ago. Uzuli is back. Uzuli, what say you?
Well, one thing, what I'm saying is, we can't pick and choose. Mr. Untouchable, stop it. Most of the people, according to their science, that said we all came out of Africa, and some of us got stuck behind those things. So if we want to believe in that out of Africa theory, the Asians, the Europeans are all African diaspora. So let's stop it. We cannot just say, because we look the same, that we have to be. No, y'all agreed that there's African. Everybody came from Africa, the motherland, the cradle of civilization, all that. So if we went to that, you cannot say pick and choose, talk about, they're not African diaspora. That's why now they could come to Africa and claim all these natural resources. Technically in their mind, they're from Africa. That's our shit too.
Hey, look at Elon Musk being called African American.
So I don't want to hear nothing. Now all of a sudden those people are not African diaspora, but y'all believe in the out of Africa theory.
But I can't. But I can't pick and choose. They can pick it. Hold on, though. On a scientific level, you're absolutely right too. You know what I mean? Their best scientists say, based on their best evidence and information, that they came out of Africa theory. But there are other European scientists who dismiss that and say that their genesis came from another place. But I understand what you said. But I could choose and pick. That's the guy I choose and pick. I could choose and pick, and I choose to pick and assign myself with a particular group of people. I mean, you may not like that, but it is what it is. Like you are.
But Mr. Untouchable, I'm not talking about you. You could choose because you could choose. You say you're from the Bahamas, and you choose to identify with that. Okay,
absolutely.
Yes.
No, but at the end of the day, we are talking theoretically, and like that's what you always is bank on, and you choose what your genesis story is. I choose my genesis story. You choose who. Well, you decide. Science decide who I should. Go ahead, brother.
But Mr. Untouchable, that's what people. That's the new idea today about your truth. My truth is that I'm from here. Your truth is no. There's a general truth where everybody's from. Let's not play and say, I choose to be from the Bahamas.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for you. So an Australian, is he a European diaspora or is he an African diaspora? Let's not play child. Let's not do.
Well, according
he's an Oceania descendant.
Let's act as if we are adults, right? So an Australian, is he an African diaspora or is he a European diaspora?
Well, he's an African diaspora because life started in Africa. If everybody came from Africa,
yeah, and that's why we call Europeans European, right? Because they're from Africa.
so are we gonna agree that they're not from Africa?
Is he a European or is he an African?
According to the theory, the science theory of out of Africa, a European is an African.
Okay, congratulations
What
and
what what what
success
makes the
with this
European?
topic. Success with this topic. I'll wait for the next topic and
What makes a European
do your thing.
Resemble an African? What does a European today, and not just today, but going back however many millennia you want to go, what makes a European look like an African?
I mean, because you know what they said. There's a billion chance that me and an African girl could create a European looking baby based on that theory. I could produce a European baby with blue eyes and blonde hair to the mix and cross of the chromosome of the DNA. They can't produce back, but we could produce them. So how are they not African based on that theory?
No, but that has to do with your ancestorship, right? If you had ancestors who were blonde hair, blue eyed in the past, right? You have a certain percentage of that ancestor within you, and due to the probability in meiosis, right? There's two phases of meiosis where probability comes into play. Due to those probabilities, there is a small probability that you and someone else can happen to produce someone who is white, blue eye, and blonde hair. That's a small chance, though, and that has to do with your personal ancestry.
So are
You
you saying
came from down the line, somewhere in your lineage, there was some mixing.
So what you're saying is that a black as midnight African mate with a black midnight African could never, ever produce a European.
No, the black as mid. See, people get tied up with this black as midnight thing. That's phenotypic stuff. At the end of the day, it's about your genetics.
I'm talking about. Okay. They said that when we left out of Africa and we came back, all our genes, phenotype, genotype mutated to what the Europeans look like. What I'm saying is, whatever we're saying, we don't want to admit to it. Based on that theory that every science school in the world go by, a European, an Asian is African.
I don't
I have a
know
question.
if every science school goes by that. By the way, I think Mr. Untouchable.
No, come on, Goku, stop. Every science in the school go by that shit.
May I add to that?
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
So the theory, right? So the theory says that the white man evolved, right? He evolved to white, and the Asian he evolved to Asian, right? And why? What is the explanation? Something to do with the Ice Age, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Eskimos. And lately people want to debate about the name Eskimos, but I'm not into that debating. Eskimos are not white; they are brown, right? They are brown and look like Asians. They have the Asian eyes. They have pitch black hair, and they never left the Ice Age. Where are their blue eyes and their blonde hair?
Well, I don't know what happened there, so I cannot answer that or whatever. But the Eskimos are technically, if we want to go, they are also African. But what I'm saying is I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is a cognitive dissonance in the theory of out of Africa theory. So you cannot be both. You cannot be we all out of Africa and then don't consider these people African and then be out of Africa and say, oh, we are African. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what you said is okay. What you said is right. The Eskimos have been there for a long time.
What I'm saying is the European became a European outside of Africa. He left as an African,
absolutely,
right? Something happened, and now he is all types of color. His skin is all types of colors, and his hair is all types of colors, and his
Urzuli, can
iris
I ask you a
is all
question?
types of
Hold on a
colors.
second. Let me finish my thought. Yeah. So by that statement, African Americans here ain't African then. They
Excuse
left
me.
Africa.
Yeah, Urzuli, can I ask you a question?
How did they change? How did they change? What is the difference? You know,
Just because you didn't
what is
see
the
it, just
difference
because you
between
didn't see
an
the
African
phenotype
American?
change. Go
You
ahead,
know,
man. Go ahead. Ask the question. Sorry.
you know something. I already said that I'm not in this
Gaston, go ahead and ask the
nonsense.
question.
I'm leaving this nonsense. I wait for the next topic.
Yeah, Urzuli, my question to you is, what defines an African? Is it the location, or is it the culture?
You mean the location? If the location you are and the culture, I guess based
That's
on
what I'm
what
saying.
I
Which
guess from
one is the defining
people.
characteristic? Is it the location, or is it the culture?
I guess from people who are giving me the push, I guess it's the culture and the location, both. I guess
No, it can be both.
maybe the culture.
It has to be the culture, because, for example, I identify as Isoko. I'm not a Nigerian. I may use the term because I don't have time to explain to people that Nigeria is a, nonsense term, but I don't identify as a Nigerian. My culture is Isoko, language, dance, um, code of conduct. So to say that a European or an Asian is an African is devoid of the context with culture. So you have to take into account the reason why an African will look at a European and say they are not like myself is because there's a difference in culture.
Yes.
Whereas, wait, hold on. Whereas
Sorry.
in Brazil, a Brazilian will eat acarajé, and in Nigeria they'll eat akara, right? In Cuba, the babala will do something for Ochun, and the same thing in Nigeria. In Haiti, they'll do something for Papa Legba. The same thing they'll do in Dahomey, in Fawn, and Benin. So these are cultural remnants in the African Americans. When unfortunately someone is dead, they pour out the 40 ounce for the homies. That's libation. So these are cultural remnants, cultural expressions that you can see to say, oh no, those are my people, right? But you can't point to anything, arguably, that the European or the Asian is doing that the African will say, I can culturally relate to.
I agree with that.
I'm going to push back on that. I'm going to use an example. You know who Ogun is? I guess everybody knows.
Yes, sir.
So Ogun. So let's go to Japan. You know what the shogun is? Take the S out of the shogun. It's Ogun. The shogun is a warrior that sets out justice. And if you look at the culture, if you go to the research, you're gonna find some names in Japan that are similar to the location that you call Nigeria or Yoruba or Igbo. So what I'm saying,
not Yoruba and Igbo. Actually, it's my people. It's actually the Edo people.
okay, the Edo. I'm just using that.
And there's a
because
reason,
that's what I know.
there's a reason. There's a reason, Urzuli, because the Portuguese man of war, he was in Brazil. I mean, sorry, he was in Brazil, but he was in Japan, and he was also in West Africa. And so you hear words like domo arigato, right? In Japan, they have words like Edo, Isoko. The Japanese people with that name, Isoko. So there's a link with the Portuguese coming and bringing those connections.
Don't forget the word oni.
What I'm saying is, we can't have it both ways. So I'm not. We certain people are part. We can't be like, oh, this is the African diaspora, only the black people, and then say we believe in the out of Africa theory, and then no, they can't be because they left Africa and turned into European. What?
Never mind the arguments. Okay, next topic.
But they are Europeans, though. I mean, That's just
So
what they
so
are.
so Koku, can you use, why can't you use that for the FBA who's talking about they're not African?
Because the FDA doesn't have Neanderthal blood in their DNA. That's
Yeah,
another part that
due
you're
to the
forgetting.
mixture, due to the mixture of the races, yes they do. Yes they do.
Well, of course, because of rape, and then the culture supersedes that. So that's the key difference. The European has Neanderthal in their DNA. Africans don't. So, and then not only do you have Neanderthal in your DNA, the culture is different. So if an African who was stolen from the land and brought to this hell on earth called the Americas, and their maternal great grandmother or great great grandmother was raped by a Neanderthal, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden that it's their fault that they have Neanderthal. No, they're a victim of rape. But more importantly, to show you the power of the culture is superseding that intrusion of the Neanderthal DNA. That's why they still have cultural expressions of Africa.
In the chat, KW Don 7 says Urugu will use that we are all African excuse to come back into the continent and recolonize it again, leaving us up Schitt's Creek without power. That's what I was referring to early in the discussion when I said, for political reasons, we don't want to entertain that idea. KW Don 7 is right on point with that. The learning curve says, my father's mother had blue eyes, and my mother's mother's eyes were gray. We are an interrupted bloodline. KW Don 7 goes on to say, an African is someone who has brown to dark brown with African textured hair. All others are subspecies of the Africans. He says albinos are exception to the rule. The learning curve said mutation is a thing. That is a thing to consider as well. Hold on a second. KW Don 7 said recessive traits like blue eyes are a result of genetic mutation. He says there's a difference between genetic flow and drift. Flow has to do with miscegenation. Drift has to do with environment. The Australia podcast says it's similar with the ADOS FBA argument that they are indigenous, even though they adhere to none of the Native American cultural norms, spirituality, lifestyles, etc. Culture matters as much as bloodline. Absolutely. The learning curve gives us a bunch of heart emojis. Kevin Carey, you want to say something?
Yes, I left an article in the private chat and also the regular chat. But I saw an article. I wish I had copied the link earlier today. They were saying they did some DNA tests of the people of North Africa, and I have to agree with Jay on that. They were saying that anyone there not. They were saying a lot the people there now, their DNA don't match the people that was there before.
Right.
And I have some old books. These are like the paintings, the glyphs, and it showed African. This is long before Egypt. This is long before the desiccation of the Sahara. The Sahara was once lush and green.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You had people there. These were black people. You saw the painting with chariots and horses and them, forming animal husbandry. Sorry, if the anthropology in me, but it showed that what those people that came later, those were conquerors, descendant of Mongolians. That's something across.
Brother,
Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you for reminding me of something. At this point, there's a big display in every museums. The photos of some how do you call that, people that get too rich and they start traveling the world and act as if they rediscover things, and whatever.
Yeah, anthropologists.
And right, a Dutch anthropologist, a female, and she traveled the world with her North African family, right? With a North African family, and they are pitch black, and that's not even 200 years ago. So about 200 years ago, North Africa was blackety black. Blackety black. So all the Romans were wiped out by our DNA, etc. So what I want to believe is that in the First World War, the Second World War, and the periods before, in all those eugenics, they killed more than they want us to believe now, right? And they killed more blacks than they want us to believe now. Let's say Libya was 50-50, right?
Right.
And I believe even over 50 was pitch black. And I believe that that right now it's about 50-50, right? 50-50 black, 50-50 these what we call North Africans. So
Right.
200 years ago, let's say that 200 years ago it was 80-20, or maybe even 90-10.
Right.
So,
Yeah, Libya.
so this display is going on in the Netherlands, and it's in the larger museums, and you can see in the pictures North Africans were black.
Yeah, what Kevin Conrad was touching on is what you could read in that Clyde Winters book, where he did the research and stuff, and he shows you where, like, southern Libya, before it became a desert and all that kind of stuff, blackety black, like Jay's saying, and Kevin Conrad was alluding to the artwork showing the fauna and the flora of the region, and the people, the hunters, the gatherers were black. Does someone else want to add something to this topic?
Wait, there is more I want to add. If you look, they were saying too, there are certain parts of Saudi Arabia, they won't allow you in that certain part of the desert because they don't want you to see the people that was there before.
Right.
It's like well preserved, and they're like, you can't go there. Those royal families, they're descended from the Ottomans. Why do you think they wear the coverings? If you look at some very old photos, you see the original Arabs, like the Yemenis, the Omanis, all those people. They were blacker than me and you.
I appreciate all your comments. The Harsh Reality Podcast, yeah, the learning curve gave us the hearts. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight is, what's going on here? Something is frozen. Can you guys still hear me on the panel?
Clear, I can hear you.
Okay, something's having a problem connecting. Should it be topic number 7 tonight? Are we complicit in the murder of our own people? Are we really Pan-African? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Climate action is the new buzzword, and why wouldn't it be? One world is all we have, and our world is at risk. Countries, corporates, and citizens claim to be doing all they can to save the planet from climate change. Green energy is being floated as one of the top solutions. We are replacing coal with hydropower, fossil fuels with solar energy, petrol and diesel cars with electric vehicles. EVs are being pitched as cleaner, greener, and sustainable. But are they? What's clean for the environment may not really be clean. Hidden beneath the shiny exteriors of an EV is a story of blood batteries. These cars drive human rights violations, extreme poverty, and child labor. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. An electric car runs on battery, you know that. But do you know what these batteries are made of? Rare metals like lithium and cobalt. Cobalt gives the battery stability and allows it to operate safely. It's a bluish-gray colored metal. It is found in the Earth's crust, or what we call crustal rocks. Cobalt has several uses, like in jet turbine generators, tool materials, pigments, and smartphone batteries. But its major use is in lithium-ion batteries. Half of the cobalt produced goes into electric cars. We're talking about 4 to 30 kilos of cobalt per battery. This metal is found all over the world, like in Australia, Canada, China, Cuba, South Africa, the United States, the Philippines. But 70% of the total supply comes from one country, Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let's zoom into this country. DR Congo is the second largest country in Africa. Its GDP is around $49 billion. Congo is synonymous with conflict, poverty, and corruption. Beneath the country's red earth is the world's largest deposit of cobalt. 92 million people live here. Some 2 million depend on cobalt production. They are called negociants. Cobalt mining in Congo is divided into 2 categories: industrial or large-scale mining and artisanal or small-scale mining. What's the difference between the two? Artisanal mines are unregulated. Labor laws do not apply here. Neither do safety protocols. These mines produce 20 to 30% of Congo's cobalt. Some 200,000 miners work in these mines. At least 40,000 of them are children, some as young as 6. These children flirt with death daily. They enter vertical tunnels. Most of them are too narrow for adults to enter. Inside, it's like a furnace. The children dig for cobalt under inhuman conditions. Sometimes they have shovels, but mostly they dig with their bare hands. They have no masks, no gloves, no work clothes, and sometimes just 20 minutes worth of oxygen. But these young children go on for hours. After digging, they crush the rocks, they wash them, and carry their finds to the market to find a buyer. How much do these children make? Sometimes as little as $1. Cobalt is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It is estimated to be worth $13.63 billion by 2027. But this money never reaches the child who is spotting and extracting the metal. In poverty-stricken Congo, even $1 is worth risking one's life. Many die trying to make this money. ABC recently profiled a woman who lost her son to a mine-related accident. The boy was 13 years old. He told his mother he was going to the market to buy coal for her so that she could cook. Instead, the boy went to a cobalt mine to try and earn an extra buck for the house. The mine embankment collapsed. The 13-year-old never returned home. Between 2014 and 2015, at least 80 artisanal miners died in Congo. In 2019, an accident killed 43 miners. According to one estimate, 2,000 illegal miners die in Congo every year. Many suffer permanent lung damage, skin infection, and life-changing injuries. In 2019, some families from Congo filed a lawsuit. They named companies like Tesla, accused them of aiding and abetting in the death and injury of children. The lawsuit spoke about a child. He was referred to as John Doe 1. John was working as a human mule since the age of 9. He would carry bags after bags of cobalt just for $0.75 a day. One day, John fell into a tunnel. Fellow workers dragged him out of it, but they left John alone on the ground. When the child's parents found out about the accident, they rushed to the mining site. It was too late. John was paralyzed. Doctors say he will never be able to walk again. Why do children work in these high-risk mines? Because of poverty and the hope to get out of it. Families in Congo are betting big on cobalt. It's like their crypto, their chance to make it big. The metal's demand has tripled in the last decade. It is expected to double again by 2035. The demand is being driven by electric vehicles. Today, there are more than 6.5 million EVs on the road. By 2040, that number will touch 66 million. So that's 66 million multiplied by 30 kilos of cobalt. Do the math. By 2050, the demand for cobalt production is expected to increase 585%. Congo's families want to ride this wave and tide over poverty. Sending their children to the mines is not a choice for them, but necessity. These children end up working as artisanal miners or informal workers. They're not employed by any company, but several companies line up to buy their finds. You see, it is cheaper to buy cobalt from a child than a regulated mine. And who understands business better than China? Most of these companies dealing in blood batteries are from China. It dominates the global supply chain of cobalt. China owns up to 50% of the metal's production. It controls around 80% of cobalt's refining. In the last 15 years, Chinese companies have bought out North American and European companies mining in Congo. Today, Chinese firms own 15 out of the 19 industrial mines in this country. In exchange for Congo's cobalt, China has promised the country billions in investment in the form of infrastructure, schools, and roads. Now, Congo is another example of how stories featuring China never end well. Today, China is leaking blood cobalt into the supply chain of electric vehicles. Chinese companies are buying cobalt from children, encouraging them to participate in the trade of blood batteries. One of the largest cobalt processors in Congo is a company called CDM, or Congo Dongfang Mining. It is a subsidiary of Zhejiang Huayu Cobalt, a Chinese company, of course. Huayu supplies cobalt to electric car makers like Volkswagen. 40% of Huayu's cobalt comes from Congo. In 2016, the Chinese company was called out by an NGO. It was branded a benefactor of child labor. Huayu pledged to clean up its act. But did anything change on the ground? Reports raise serious doubts. This is one part of the story. There is blood in China's large-scale mines too. There, workers are abused, discriminated, beaten, and made to work without contracts and sufficient ration. One worker told the media, and I'm quoting, "If a worker dies, the Chinese don't report it to the government. They bury the person, hiding the corpse, and bribe the family to keep quiet. That's your electric car killing people even before it hits the road." Did you sign up for this? The world's biggest car makers are complicit in these crimes. I'm talking about the likes of Tesla, Volvo, Renault, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen. They all source cobalt from Chinese mines in Congo. Sure, they claim to have a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to child labor, but they too know that there is no way to fully map their supply chains. Back in Congo, President Felix Tshisekedi has pledged to act. In 2019, he established a state-run company to focus on health and human rights. But that hardly helps when Congolese officials are accused of overseeing child labor. In 2020, Tesla announced it would start using cobalt-free lithium-ion batteries in its electric vehicles, but the company followed up the announcement with a deal with Glencore. It's a cobalt mining company, and this deal was for 6,000 tons of cobalt a year. 6,000 tons a year. Doesn't add up, does it? Much like the claim of electric cars being clean, these cars run on dirty energy, on blood batteries. And this is not climate solution. This is human rights abuse. And the two cannot coexist. Climate solution is not supposed to be at the expense of human lives. Long story short, electric vehicles have miles to go before they can claim to be clean.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Blood, the dark side of electric vehicles. So let's start with Kevin Kare. You saw that video. Are we complicit in the murder of our own people? Are we really Pan-African?
I think we're half complicit, but I really blame the people that's in charge. And to a point, I blame those parents. You know, your kid are dying in these mines, and you take the Chinese people's money to shut up. You know, that's the problem with us today. You know, no matter what part of the world we're in, we're constantly chasing the money, you know, at the expense of other humans' life. You know,
because she said that the dollar is worth it. Is worth dying.
My question is it really worth dying? That right. you lost your son, and that money you got now, it's gone. Now what? Now the money's gone, your son's gone, you have nothing left. On top of that, you got foreigners coming in. All I see is an African leader letting the Europeans and Asians come in and take your land, your resource, and then now your bigger resource, which is your future. All that's gone now. But I digress.
KW Don 7 says, "What good is it to invest in schools when you have children as young as 9 working in unregulated mines?" The thing I'll say to what KW Don 7 is saying, Jay, give me a second, but to what KW Don 7 is saying is, I get your point, but I will say that if you can change the education in the schools, you can at least get to the ones that are able to attend school, you know, and then we'll have to work on the ones who are being snatched out early and put into these unregulated mines, these so-called artisanal mines, which just means slavery. Jay, you wanted to say something? Jump in.
Wait, before Jay adds, can I say something too? Another look at over here in America. People are always chasing, I want to be either a rapper or an NBA player.
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. My mic was on. I'm sorry, but now that I have the mic, this heifer, this gravitas heifer, and her crusade against China is so obvious. I'm sorry to hear you guys go in on what she said, and I like it because you actually mentioned it, Goku. You said she said, and that's the point here. She said, right? And she's on a crusade against China, right? As India as someone from South Asia, where the blackest people, 200 million, whatever that you call it, untouchable or whatever, are still suffering over there, and when those images of Africans that were refused in hotels in the black in chocolate in the Chinese chocolate city, everybody forgot to mention that those images were from the Chinese city. This woman was really on a crusade, right? So she has beef with China, and there was a lot of contradictions, because at the end, the company that she named at the end, that was no Chinese company. She mentioned NGOs going in on China. Well, these NGOs, who are behind these NGOs? The NGOs are means of diplomatic. Lately, NGOs are means of diplomatic. How you call it? Mercenaries. So who are these NGOs going after China? And China did it, and China did it. Since China is in Africa, the top 20 of growing economies is filled with African countries, right? And not that China, not that that's the intention of China, but China is not the we have to be careful with cutting off the hands cutting off the hands that supply Africa, right? So the enemies of China, meaning India and Europeans, be it Australian Europeans, New Zealand, or be it Europeans or the European diaspora, those are the enemies of China. So we have to be careful of taking at face value what they say about what China is doing in Africa, right? So this whole thing, this whole episode of Gravitas was full of contradictions. I only heard contradictions and usual suspicious situations, like NGOs going after China, right? And what I want to add. What I want to add on top of it is that lately, lately they did an article about a subject in which I am very interested in. So I have some knowledge about it, and they were reporting about it as little children. They didn't know what they were talking about, and that's hypersonic rockets, right? They were reporting on it as rockets faster than the speed of sound. That's not hypersonic, so Gravitas is not to be trusted. Gravitas is, in my opinion, 100% emotional and an Indian agenda. 90. I'm exaggerating, and let me just exaggerate. And 90% of what they do is a crusade against China. Let us be careful about the messenger when they want to get between Africa and China, because that relationship between Africa and China is far from toxic, let alone far from as toxic as Indians in Africa or Europeans in Africa.
Jay, thank you. I stand corrected. I'm glad to hear another point of view. Thank you, Jay.
Jay, you seem to have been familiar with Gravitas before this discussion. Were you familiar with them from the media in your country, or were you familiar with them from, say, social media like YouTube? You're muted if you're trying to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
They are some sort of right-wing Indian thing, and I don't believe I'm not sure, but I don't believe they are a regular news outlet. I believe they are on
Just
the
YouTube.
internet.
Okay. Mr. Untouchable, you saw the video. Are we complicit in the murder of our own people? Are we really Pan-African?
I think that first of all, I think the question is unfair. I think that it's unfair to put Pan Africans on trial, especially for the murdering of our people. When this reporter in this same video, she mentioned who the perpetrators are, and none of them was Pan Africans. A Pan African government or a Pan African world power didn't create this situation. So she, in her mention of the perpetrators, she mentioned the Chinese government. She mentioned Tesla, but nothing of what she said was in represent. Even when she mentioned the African president, the Congolese president, he's not a Pan-African, so nothing indicates that as well. So I don't think that we should be put on trial for the murdering of our own people, especially the primary people that are responsible for it. That's the first thing. Okay, so now let me go to the second point. This lady, it seems like she is running a Sally Struthers kind of scam, because when she talks about how the Africans are exploited, she goes to the children being exploited, in particular in Congo. And then they have moving pictures to show you the suffering African, just like Sally Struthers did, to promote herself back in the day with the suffering African back in the day. But it's curious. I'm curious because she doesn't talk about India and the multi corporations that exist within that country, because India is big on textile. They make clothing, and some of that clothing end up in the European markets like Walmart, and even in UK markets. So when they make the nice Levi's jeans, the children of India are making these things for less than $1 a day as well, and they suffer as well. But she want to hop her continent and hop all the way to Africa to focus on what some African children are being exploited with. Notice that there are no parents, no person of authority or responsibility, ensuring that these things don't happen. But the picture is an old picture, and she uses the idea of the suffering African child and the exploiting African child really to promote her point to be anti-China. But she doesn't also mention, this is very important, that she leaves out of the report itself, because there are also multinational European and American countries in the Congo exploiting the Congo as well. She doesn't say that. She just says the corporations. And many people don't know. Many people know who Tesla is. But all those other corporations she mentioned was European as well. They wasn't Chinese corporations. There was European corporation, in particular car companies. But she leaves that out of her opinion article, and she just solely focuses on China. Like the brother was saying, she has an issue against the Chinese, but says nothing about the untouchables of our own nation. She says nothing about the children and child labor that exists in her own country. She hop all over that and go to the Congo and focusing on one mineral natural resources being exploited. Because we could talk about the exploitation of children and child labor all day in every so-called third world country, in particular hers as well. But I think that she is just being dishonest. And I think the question itself is an unfair one. I don't feel like we should be on trial when the people mentioned as the perpetrators of all these things, none of these people is Pan-Africans.
Uzuli, are we complicit in the murder of our own people? Are we really Pan-African? What about this video makes you think that we're not Pan-African?
First of all, it doesn't matter if she's talking about China, if she's talking about Europe or India. The whole point is about the pillage of the Congo for benefits. I say we are complicit. Everybody's complicit on it. Everybody wants to get the latest this, the latest that, the latest phone, all of that. Even we go back with the diamonds and shit too, the blood diamonds. I want a $30,000. I'm gonna buy a $5,000 ring for my girl. All of this shit this works as a supply and demand. If you don't demand it, there's no supply. So I'm saying is, we're talking about she said we could see that. I could agree that maybe that's a hit piece on China or whatever, but it's not. I don't care. She's talking about China. I'm talking about the exploitation of young Africans in the Congo for technology, which is gonna give more towards the future because that's like where we're going. So are we complicit? Yes, we're complicit because we buy into this whole technology bullshit. I need to have a Tesla. I need to have a Apple, a Mac, all of that. And like the board has said, I myself have a Samsung phone. So all of this we're doing, let's not lie talking about, because we're not the one forcing them to get the code, but we're not. If you don't buy every time a new cell phone come out, if you don't buy, let me get this, let me get that, then maybe it wouldn't be like that. Of course, then we got to put the part of the onus on the government leaders in there because they're the one that's allowing the people to get exploited for kickbacks.
Would your opinion change if the people creating the technology from these raw materials were African people?
What? I don't get the question. If Apple was owned by African?
Yeah, if it was African people who were making
no,
profits,
I wouldn't. That wouldn't change my mind. That's still exploitation. That's a child.
I have a question. When
I
you're
don't
done,
care
I have
about
a question.
if it's black or whatever doing that. That's fucking exploitation.
Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, my question is this, right? So I'm a Chinese investor, right? Let's keep it on gravitas word. Let's act as if gravitas, the word from this woman from gravitas, is worth more than $1, more than that dollar than that those poor African children earn a day. Oh dear. Yeah. Okay, let's act as if her word is worth something, right? So here I am, the Chinese investor in Congo, right? I got caterpillars. Sorry, I got Chinese copies of caterpillars because the Chinese copy everything and everyone, right? So here I am, the Chinese with my Chinese copied machines in Congo, and I'm not gonna dig for cobalt. No, because these machines don't dig as much cobalt as a 9-year-old child. So no, I'm gonna buy the cobalt from a child because that's way cheaper. That's what this creature said. This gravitas creature said, right? So I the dumb, devilish, satanic Chinese investor, I'm going to take my copycat caterpillar to Africa, and I'm going to buy the cobalt from children. I'm not going to dig it myself. No, I'm going to buy it from 9-year-old children. Okay, continue the conversation.
Martha, see, you focusing. Maybe you defending China. I don't care. What I'm talking about is the exploitation of African people. African people are not benefiting from all of this shit that's happening. Let's cut the bullshit. I don't care if they're digging it with tractors and shit. African people, the people of the country, are not getting the maximum benefit of it. So are you telling me that that's a lie? That these people, I'm not saying kids, people in general are not going into the mine. So are you saying that all these things, all the years we've been hearing about African people working in mines, or bullshit?
So what's the direct thing that Pan-Africanism is doing to cause this, or to create this, or what is it that they're not doing that you feel makes them worthy to stand trial for this stuff?
What I'm saying is, we're all part of it. It's a supply and demand. It's supply and demand.
So hold on. So you're saying that a self-proclaimed Pan-Africanist is a fraud if they're using one of these technologies that comes from these raw materials?
What I'm saying, oh shit. What I'm saying is, yeah, maybe that's what I'm saying. So deep down, if you want to go at it and think about it, we're claiming we care about our people, but the same technology why we keep using, and I'm not talking about somebody who got a cell phone this year and gets another cell phone in another 6 years or another 10 years. I'm talking about people who have to get a new cell phone every other day, or let me look good with this and that, this and that, and don't act like there's not Pan-African people that do it and all of that shit. Most of us do it. We buy into this whole technology or this whole, I gotta look good, I gotta do that. But all of a sudden, when we put the thing into your face, this is what this is doing. The demand is doing to other people that we can't see is different. That's why Kanye West said what he said about his in the song. He said he's the ring, the bling on his chest cost somebody their life down there. But hey, is he gonna quit buying ice? No. Let's stop acting like, oh, we're just defending. Stop it. We are part of the whole problem.
So
wait. Hold that thought. In the chat, there was some activity. KW Don 7 says, we are all complicit. I am currently using a Samsung smartphone and tablet. I don't own a Tesla, though. He says the government of Congo will have to find some balls and nationalize their mines so they can develop safe working practices. The Harsh Rally podcast, that's our boy D Webb. He says, wasn't China kicking Africans out of the country and discriminating against them, especially during the beginning of the pandemic? They aren't our friends either, I'd argue. Mr. Untouchable, you wanted to respond to Razuli, but also respond to some of those comments in the chat too.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this to Azuli questions. Okay, so on the first thing of indicting all Pan-Africans, and for the exploitation of what's going on in the Congo. Here's my idea. If the world would offer these these workers, a fair global price to mine cobalt in the Congo, and if they were to be provided with the proper technology to find the Congo and not use children, as a resource to find these things, which would mean that the laptops that we buy or the cars, solar energy cars we use would dramatically go up. Let me first be to say that I would still be willing under that premise. If the laptop would go from $100 to $10,000, I'll be willing to pay for it. If I had that choice. Okay? Under the current system, I don't have that choice to communicate with my brothers all around the world to fulfill a greater purpose that I believe that we'll eventually come to, which is creating a better kind of situation. It's the meeting of the minds. I understand the problem is a big one. It's a big problem, and partially we are responsible for it, but we are also responsible for creating the solutions themselves. And I understand there's bleeding going on. This is why I come here every Saturday night to see if we could come up with a kind of different solution. Maybe not for this particular problem, but for some of the problems that exist. You know what I mean? And that's the first thing. The second thing is there are Pan-Africans, sure, who buy cell phones and are responsible for the problem, but there are also Pan-Africans, young ones. Even on YouTube, if you go up on YouTube and look up Mark Beats Africa, this man is a man who's 21. He went to African nation, and the same children that you are describing who are being exploited, he created a whole orphanage for maybe more than 20 children. More than 20 children. He's now building a school for these same children. So I mean, you have the gift and the curse. We are responsible because he does have a cell phone, but he's doing something in the other direction that's being contributive, to the children that exist in these spaces. So it's just not one-sided. Some people are trying to reform the inequities that exist in the world. You know what I mean? Some Pan-Africans are actively doing that. As far as these whole notions of China and the relationship between Chinese and Africans, I think that sometimes we don't give Africans any credit, or we don't give our Africans any agency, in particular continental Africans. It's as if they ain't never gone to no university or school or study these things themselves, or they can't critically think like the so-called first world person, which is ridiculous because some of them are in Harvard and the best universities that the same people who run these corporations, they sit in the same classrooms. They think and they strategize, and some people strategize differently. It's just that the space you're sitting in, you ain't seeing that what their particular long-term plan is. It's not only exploitive.
Exactly.
Some relationships are shared. Some relationships are greed. They read the same Chinese.
Question.
Some of them read English. Some of them read. So is this going to be beneficial for our country? And we
Question.
sit on the outside. Give me 1 second, brother. We sit on the outside saying, well, looking at the situation from the outside, so that ain't beneficial for them. Which African countries have you run? Which country have you run before to resolve the issues that exist in these particular spaces? Not one. You know what I mean? But I think that when we sit in our so-called positions, so-called privilege, and point the finger, I think is extremely arrogant. Extremely, because you know nothing about some of these people. You know, what I feel like sometimes what happens is a lot of cognitive dissonance goes on because people believe that because we in this so-called idea of the third world, we just a bunch of ignorant savages who don't know nothing but nothing, which is far from the truth. But I think it's ridiculous. But let people believe these things, man. They have a right to. We live in a so-called free country, hey, you know. But that's where I am with it.
Jay, I'll quickly I'll let you add your thoughts and then we'll go back
very short. Very short. Uganda makes electrical vehicles. Uganda and Congo make cell phones, right? And there's batteries in those, right? Those electrical cars have batteries in them, and those cell phones, those smartphones, those Congolese smartphones, and those Uganda smartphones, they have batteries in them. They use cobalt, right? But indeed, what the brother said, you know, us Africans, everybody just grabs our children and throws them in mines. And in the chocolate city again, I'm repeating it again because people in the comments in the chat were also regurgitating the emotional shit. In the Chinese chocolate city, a group of 20 Africans were followed, right? A group of 20 Africans. How many thousands of Africans live in that city, right? But we all saw these Westerners, the enemies, the people that are afraid of China's progress, right? China, an ex-colony, right? China, the best example of how us Africans should treat those past 500 years and maybe even the past 2,000 years. Because the Chinese call their period of slavery, they call it the century of shame, right? And we, especially us in the West, us in Europe, and us in the United States, we make it a badge of honor to be a slave, right? So we should learn from Chinese, and instead of hanging on the lips of Indians and Europeans and react emotional against against the sober Africans that see progress, that see Africans as competition to Indians, Chinese, and Europeans, right? And not just victims that everybody, especially the Chinese man, can come and pick up in Africa and throw in mines and have it work. And listen to what this Indian creep used. She said $0.75. Why didn't she said 75 cents? Drama, emotion, and some of us are receptive for emotion and drama and not for intelligence and control. Thank you.
Erzuli, I'll give you the last word on this.
I think a lot of us don't whatever, but I saw a video where there was this this genius African dude who made a TV. I don't know how true it is, but what I saw, he made a TV that could recharge itself through sound waves or whatever, right? And people said, "Yo, this guy's a genius. This and all of that, all of this." Yes. What's gonna happen is they're gonna take this invention and shelve it. So an invention like that could keep people from overusing the resources and overusing African workers or whatever, the exploitation of Africa, right? But we all know what's gonna happen to this important invention. They're gonna take it, they're gonna shelve it, they're gonna hire that African brother and make him do other stuff that's gonna be beneficial to the exploitation of all natural resources around the world. So whether we want to admit it or not, or whatever a lot of us want to focus on China, on this and this. My thing is not even, and I agree with what the brother said, that Gravitas seems to have a personal vendetta against China. Yes, but that's not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on the exploitation of a nation's natural resources, and the majority of the people are not going to benefit from it. That's what I'm saying.
I think the pushback your thinking is getting is that who's to say that these folks are being exploited in reality, right? These folks have the intelligence to cut deals and design and define the deals that they want that can be of benefit to their people. Who's to say that?
So okay, I'm gonna use my own country. So they make baseball in Haiti. They pay these people like 50 cents, right? But we all know to buy a baseball here in America is probably like $20. So are you telling me because they don't know they're not exploited, that they're not exploited?
But I think the idea is that the 50 cent, and this is not me speaking, this is in general, that the deal that was made to get that 50 cent per hour, that 50 cent means something to those people. It might not mean as much to you, but to them that means something. What do you say to that, right?
What I say to it is BS, is because those people who cut the deal are only looking out for their pocket. The majority of the people are being exploited. So if 10 people who going to sit at the table with the baseball makers or whoever, the clothing makers, the diamond makers, okay, we'll let you do this for this. And then you know what's the saddest point is? At least China let them do that to their people and reverse engineer everything and did that. African countries ain't doing that shit.
But the question is it exploitative based on their country or based on your ideas of exploitation? Because to them it might not be exploitation.
So you mean to tell
it
me?
Might be.
Oh, all right. Again, I guess I view it as exploitation. It's not exploitation. So if it's not exploitation,
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just making it clear. That's what some folks are saying here to you, that they cut deals based on their situation, and that it'll be arrogant to come from outside of their situation and say, "Hey, that's exploitative to you. You're not from that situation." That's what I think folks are saying to you.
So are we saying that the age limit right now to have intercourse with somebody is 18, mostly in America? So if I go to a country where they are having things with a 9-year-old child, and I tell them that's wrong, I have no right to tell them that's wrong, even though that's wrong.
Just because they don't know. I'm gonna react, right? You said at least the Asians they reverse engineer it, but the Africans don't. That's your mouth speaking. That's your mind speaking. And that has nothing to do with if in Haiti they reverse engineer it or not, or then, and that says nothing about what this Haitian baseball factory is going to do from 2 years from now with baseballs. It's your mouth saying that Africans don't reverse engineer it and that Asians do it. You're looking up at Asians and you're looking down at Africans. That's you. You take the gravitas without any doubt. But this story about this television working on energy on radio waves, you are full of doubts. That's you. That's your mind. And that's your mouth, and that's your emotions, and you want us to feel what you feel. I'm sorry. No, I look at you Even even in your emotional state, I expect from you to do better than the Chinese man, and the European man, and the Indian man, because you're my African brother, and we are the most creative, more focused on this planet.
Well, I get what you're saying. You don't. You hey, what? But when you look at the what they programming to us, yo, y'all, Africa is the most has the most natural resources out of all the continent, maybe all over the world. And you guys, the population is the poorest. So whether I'm looking at it from the emotional point of view, that's a fact.
Yeah,
So
but again,
hold on.
What is poor though? You see, what
Yo,
is
come
poor
on,
to you
Goku,
might
man.
not
Stop
be
with
poor
that
to
shit, man.
them.
What is poor?
No, seriously, what is poor though? Poor to you, right, might be something totally different, but to an African taste, poor is something extremely different to what we think it is. I'm just saying. You can't apply your universalism to a specific thing, to an African state, and that's something I had to learn.
Yes,
I had to learn.
instant gratification, brother. Instant gratification. China. It took China. How long did it take China to make baseballs for 5 cents to where they are now? How did China do it in 2 days?
Let me
Jay.
let me just
Jay,
add.
do not. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Untouchable. Sorry.
Okay, no worries, brother. I just want to add a particular this word called relativity or relativism into the discussion, because, and let me say this, there are some people, when they talk about some countries, they say, well, this particular person makes $1 a day. Okay, now to the Western mind, that is nothing, right? But they don't. But if my daddy is a farmer, all right, and most of the things that I consume is based on the land that I live on, the importance of me having a paper dollar is different than a person who live in a concrete jungle in a so-called Western developed society, where he gets his food sources from this store, that store, the other store, and so forth and so forth. You know what I mean? I may not need the dollar because I could get my milk from the land that I live on. Like, because I used to live with some brothers from Zimbabwe. I could get all the foods that I need as far as me sustaining life itself from the land that I live on. So the dollar is push out there, and in any particular into the Western mind, they're gonna automatically think that's nothing. But I really don't need to work with $1 million in the bank because I have everything I need on my land. It's called it's relativism. What is relative to someone who lives in Zimbabwe, as far as what a dollar means to him, is very different from what a dollar means to a person who lives in New York City. Let me use another example. We hear this term called 50 cents a day. 50 cents a day. Now, to a person who goes to even a public school in New York City, 50 cents can't even buy you nothing. Nothing, you know. But in Zimbabwe and even in Caribbean, because we used to take classes under a tree. You know, the important thing is having a chalkboard and having the ability to buy the chalk. And with that chalkboard and ability to buy a chalk, we learn biology, we learn physics, we learn science. So if I could take a quarter out of that 50 cents and give to the teacher, and everybody else give him the quarter, he'll have the ability to buy a whole chalk container full of chalk, so we could go over all the subjects that we need for the children to learn and them to understand the world in a different way, as opposed to a person sitting in New York City where he uses computers to learn physics, where he uses other kinds of technology to learn the basic things that every human being, mathematics, and people need to know to be able to be a functional human being. And I think it all has to do with relativity. And I think that we should understand that. And it's like he gonna learn the man who living in New York City gonna learn the same biology that I learning. It's just that we gonna learn it in a different way. I can learn it under the tree on against a backboard, but you can learn it in a nice building where it's air conditioned and you have electricity and computers and all kind of different things. But it's the same kind of physics we learning, same kind of biology learning. It's what we doing with it. That's another discussion. But it all based on relativity, as far as I'm concerned.
I like that. Thank you for that. I think we can move on to the next topic tonight. Should Breeze topic number 8. How to develop a wealth mindset. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
I can afford any money manager I want. And you are as knowledgeable as the money manager that I have. I'm very impressed with your ability to explain these concepts. There are certain people that are only going to listen to you. They now have access to, I'm telling you, world-class information.
Wealthy people do 3 things, man. They stop trading time for money. They make their money work for them. And they give as much value to people as they can. And so I learned that as I got older. That part really didn't make sense to me at the time. But the money working for you part, and I was like, how do you make your money work for you? Again, all I know is how to go get money. So he says, wealthy people, first they get into stocks, then they start a business, and then they get real estate. I took my time, I researched the Warren Buffetts and the Peter Lynch's, and I'm not gonna lie, in the beginning, that shit was like Chinese to me. Right? This is a foreign language. And so what happened to me was it started reminding me of being in the streets. Everything about it. And I heard this term one time that said the real gangsters are on Wall Street.
Once you know how something works, then you can get good at it. But if you, and I really think the vast majority of humanity, and I don't care what class you're in, the vast majority of humanity does not understand how the world works. Therefore, they are at the mercy of the world. And the people that figure out how it works can change things. You know, you have to understand how things work. And like, yeah, that is to me what is so powerful about you. You understand a game that a lot of people that are disenfranchised understand, the streets. And you're saying, motherfuckers, this is just physics. Let me show you the correlate over here. It's all the same shit.
That's it. And so that's important for me, the understanding the basics and the fundamentals. Like once you start understanding the fundamentals, you give yourself power because you now understand, like you said, you see how the machine works, right? And so most people look at the machine and marvel and say either, like most people look at the stock market, 98% of the people who I know look at the stock market and say, yo, that's not a game I can play. I'm staying away from it. And so the way it's set up is the world is set up, well, listen, cool, I don't even want you to play it. Just give me your money, I'll play it for you. So when we look at like banks, like we understand that banks don't necessarily work in our favor, right? So banks only give us 0.05% interest on the money we have there. Well, we can get 8% just by putting our money in an index fund. So why would I just sit my money in a bank and let the bank make all the money? Because all they're gonna do is invest the money for you. So they now operating as the plug. They operate now as the man who, I'm gonna front you this, I'm gonna make my money, I'm gonna take the cut, I'm gonna give you just enough to keep coming back. I wanna go to the plug. Who is the plug? The stock market, right? And so once I understood the fundamentals of like, the most important thing too, is we don't understand how money works. That's a whole different language in its own. The relationship with money in my community is you make money just enough to pay bills. And so once you get tired of paying bills, you say, you know what? I need to treat myself to something, right? No matter if I got to go in debt, no matter if I need to treat myself to something to take this misery away. So you treat yourself to something that you can't afford at the time, right? But it makes you feel good in the moment. And so because it makes you feel good, you say, you know what? I'm living. This is a reprieve from everyday struggle. Let me get back on the hamster wheel. And so the sacrifice now becomes hard because now you're saying, I gotta work and never get that reprieve. I'm not willing to do that. Right? And so that's the mindset comes in and say, everybody around me had the same problem. No one represented the solution. So if I don't change something, I'm only going to end up like everybody else I know. Somebody has the solution somewhere. There's too many people out here living the life of their dreams that I'm watching. They know something I don't know. And the only thing that they had was access to a different type of information. So once I went and got the information, I now wanted to sing from the mountaintop, like, yo, look at this dope thing I found. Everybody can be a part of it. And then when I showed it to people, they was like, that ain't it, bro. I'm not about to do that. And so I realized how powerful it was for me to, one, become economically like powerful in my mind. Because the thing about investing, especially in stocks, is that piece of ownership of everything that I use now makes me say, well, if I own that Apple, God, I don't care about buying an Apple phone. If I'm gonna wear Levi's and I'm gonna wear Timberlands, if I can own VFC Corp, then I own the stuff that I'm buying. I'm okay with that. Like that subtle shift in my mindset changed everything for me. Because now I was after just owning everything that I consumed. In the beginning, that was my introduction to the game. Let me just own everything I consume and then I'll feel okay. Owning a stock is like, it's owning a percentage of a great business. And so once I understood that concept, I understood that the key to wealth is through ownership. Like that was one of the things that made it click, because I studied the wealthy people. The key to building wealth is not how much you can work. You can't work your way to wealth. You got to invest your way to. And all wealthy people, Black, white, Asian, Chinese, they own a whole bunch of shit. The people who aren't wealthy is because they don't own nothing. You only have your money sitting in cash. If your money is just sitting in cash, realistically, you're becoming poorer every day.
Right? Or they own depreciating assets.
And that's what cash is. It's a depreciating asset, because the more money they print, the more money that money loses value. Right. So if it's just sitting, it's the reason why the bank wants you to have your money there. So they can take it and use it and invest it so much and be like, hey, it's just sitting, I'm gonna give you 50 cents on whatever you had in it. Right. And so the idea of ownership was, yo, we can just start owning everything that no matter if it's just a stock. Like that's powerful, because if you can start owning the businesses that you now consume every day, you turn a one-time transaction to a lifetime of profit. Because if I go to the store and buy a pair of Nikes, that's a one-time transaction. In order for me to get something from them again, I got to come back and buy another pair of Nikes. But if I own the Nike stock, long as I own it, it's a profitable vehicle for me. So that one-time transaction can become a lifetime of profit if I own that business. And another great thing about the stock market is it makes me pay attention to the world. And so now I understand what's going on in the world. I started learning business cycles, market cycles. You know what I'm saying? Like, because now I can understand, yo, this is okay. Things are going out of business. Okay, we're in this cycle. Okay, people are hiring. Okay, we're in expansion cycle. And so now I took an economic class on my own without just understanding the world. And so you start understanding when something is happening in China. Okay, something happening in China. So I own Apple. Apple has 20% of their revenue in China. Okay, they might take a little hit right now.
What do you say to people that don't think they have enough money to invest?
So the important thing for me to tell them is start where you are. You build a mansion, you build an empire, you build it brick by brick. Like you start with $25. If you can do $25 a month, that's cool. If you can do $25 a week, that's cool. But what happens is, once you start understanding the power of how your money works, you'll start saying, yo, I don't need to do that because that's taken away from this. That 25 will now become $50. Guaranteed. That 50 will now become 100 because you're gonna start doing more with less. The person who works out and sees that they drop 10 pounds in 2 weeks says, you know what, I'm gonna go a little harder because I know if I can drop 10, I can drop 20. Right? I know if I see one muscle shape up, I know it's possible. The word possible is so powerful. Possible changes the game. Instead of it being impossible, we now say I am possible or I'm possible. That changes the dynamic. So the first mindset is saying, invest in your first stock. It don't have to be a winner. It doesn't have to be a home run. It can be an AT&T stock that costs $26 right now. It may not be the best investment in the world, but you started, right? And the great thing about anything is you can't be great if you never go to practice. You can't hit 81 if you never get in the gym. So just get in the gym and then find somebody who can teach you. Be dedicated to understand the process. Warren Buffett said he reads 500 pages a day. We have to understand the power in learning and being educated, man.
Well stated. Well stated. I like this brother here. How to develop a wealth mindset. Kevin Carre, what did you take from that video?
He's right. He's right. that's how I started years ago. I had about 2017. I had a very bad breakdown, mental breakdown. I was like, two things were attacking me. I was I was going through depression, and I was having anxiety attacks. I was looking at myself like, damn, my health is not doing well, and my finances are not doing well. I had to start researching. So I started saying, you know what? Let me go with this little app called Robinhood. Let me buy, stocks. Let me start buying and learning, and I learned from there. I started going on YouTube, reading about different stocks, reading about different companies. I started using finance.yahoo.com, Google Finance, all that stuff. I'm still learning to this day, but everything he says is right. There's something that I got from that what he said. When he says people will say, "Oh, I don't have enough money to start," you go. Sometimes you got to start with as little as $20 or $10 or $5, and you just keep adding whenever you can. The general term they say is like you usually take 10% of your paycheck and put it into investments and just let it grow. But there's a book, I must say, whatever he was just talking to you about, there's a book that you should read. It's a very simple book. If y'all listening, the panel and the listeners, it's called The Richest Man in Babylon. Very good book to read.
Okay, thank you for that. In the chat, the Harsh Rally Podcast says, I recommend reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad as a start in understanding investing and building financial literacy, and also avoid the tax man, the most important. Jay, what say you to this video that you just saw about developing a wealth mindset?
Well, I'm like him. It's Chinese to me. I have although I have some money in I think about 19 bitcoins, but it's still it's sort of a Chinese to me. This working class boy in me is like Teflon, he's in the way. The working class boy in me is in the way, and yeah,
I get that. Yeah,
it's Chinese to me. I work and you pay me, right? That's sort of organic to me, and yeah, I okay, if you get it, then you get it. Then I that's all I have to say. I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
Yeah, I get that. I get that being from that understanding of I work, I get paid on the agreed upon price, versus this idea of you put money in and you get a certain percentage increase on it and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I get where Jay's coming from. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, I agree with all. By the way, his guys, his name is the Wall Street Strapper. I don't know if your brothers know about him.
No, I didn't know about him. So thanks.
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. His story is an interesting one because he was in prison for 8 years, and how he came to understanding finances and financial literacy was while he was actually in prison. So when y'all have the time, I guess y'all could just YouTube him. His story is a fascinating one. But I agree with what your brothers just say. I came from a so-called that mentality. You work for agreed upon price, even though my own mind was always entrepreneurial in the things that they would do always. They still had the same kind of mindset. Well, we're gonna work and then we can get paid for this agreed upon price. But the world has changed, and with the access to information, this is really one of the greatest times in history as far as the transfer of wealth. And I think that we are, because the information is so out there right now, and I don't think it's always going to be like that. I think that the powers that be is going to close down the door to all this available information that we have, where a poor man could become a wealthy man.
I agree.
And I think that we should seize on this time right now, because I don't think it's going to always be like this. But I would say take the time to really search out material like this. And as the brother Harsh Reality Podcast says, Rich Dad Poor Dad, I read that book before, and I also read Richest Man in Babylon. But I took the initiative to spend some time in trying to find other ways, other streams of income, as
Okay.
opposed to that old-fashioned way of working and using your back, to make money rather than using your brain. And using your brain is the new way. Well, it's always been, it's really the old way, but it's a good way to gain other kinds of streams of income rather than just using your back. Because your back will eventually give out. Even when you have the working class mindset, your back is always going to give out. But your brain, if you work it right, you know what I mean, you could use that for a longer period of time when your body gives weight. And you can't do it the 9 to 5 anymore. So you try to, as men, we should always try to find different ways and avenues of income rather than just using our physical strength and abilities, you know?
Yeah, my back's starting to give out right now. I'm starting to get to that age, man. If there's no last words on this prompt, because we lost a few panelists.
Wait. Can I see? There's something I forgot to mention.
Go ahead.
If in this, what I want to add to what Mr. Untouchable said, in this new era, it's not so much more about money. It's about you. I mean, in the end, you want to make money, but it's the assets you own. Remember, I told you many times before, I own a lot of the copyrights. When you have copyrights and you register that copyright, let's say someone steals it and uses it, let's say a big media company, your lawyer can go after them. If you can prove intent, that's an easy $150,000 in your pocket. The other thing too is the term he forgot to mention, let your money work for you. Like you said, your back is going out, let your money work for you. You put that money in the stock market, there's something called compound, where your money keep compounding. So let's say, you invest in a monthly REIT, real estate investment trust. Let's say you put $1,000 and it gives you, say, 22 cents per share. Each month you're getting more and more money. So, like I would say, in after 5 years, you're making enough money. You don't have to go to work anymore. You can just say, you know what? I have that F you money. You can go tell your boss to go F himself. You're leaving.
Thank you for that.
Yes. So to build on quickly, last, just to try to get Robert Kiyosaki. He has a lot of educational books on different kinds of ways, as far as what my brother was talking about with REITs and just different things like that, broken down to a very elementary way. So that a regular man on the street will be able to read it and understand it. And the most important thing out of all of it is to take action. It's more than just reading the material and theorizing about it, but just taking action, even if it's in a small way.
Drop that last author's name again in the chat when you can, but just repeat it for us here as well. Robert
Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's the name of the book. It's a very famous book.
Okay. All right. I think I actually have that book in the car. And I haven't finished reading it yet. So I appreciate all that information there. If there's no last words there, Mr. Untouchable, you had something to add?
No. He wrote many other books outside of just Rich Dad Poor Dad, and he has a series, and he also has a series for young people too, for kids. So I don't know if you may want to get your kids interested in these kinds of materials. So just patronize him, and it's a starting point, and you could build from there.
Yes, sir.
And the main goal is to have multiple streams of income. So if one goes down, you're not left holding the bag like, oh my God, I'm stuck.
Right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 9 tonight. Well, before we do that, the Harsh Reality Podcast has said a few things. He says there's also sites where you can do crowd investing in almost anything for reasonable prices. He says, yep, don't let it just sit in a savings account. He's talking about your money. This year alone, you probably lost 30% of the value of that money due to inflation. That's very true. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 9 tonight. Things are heating up. Fuck France. Let's see what the link is for this. So it's an article. It says, down with France. Former colonies in Africa demand. Oh, this might be behind a paywall for me. So I can't even access this. Kevin Carey, can you access this from your side? If you can access this from your phone, then you can read the article. Is Kevin Carr right here? I guess not.
I don't hear him. You may
Oh,
have
no, I'm
to.
sorry. I was on mute. Sorry. I'm gonna try, but I think on my end too, it's gonna be the same thing because the New York Times wants you to pay, and
Yeah.
I've used up all three articles for the month.
Okay, yeah. So when we so two things. This allows me to say when we post these topics on the Discord. By the way, click the link that's pinned in the chat and down in the description to join the Discord. When we post these things in the Discord, I would actually prefer it be YouTube videos as opposed to articles because, I kind of do enough reading during the week on the platform. So I like to kind of prevent that. And then I'll also like to, kind of prevent having these situations where I can't read it. But we know what the title is. It says, Down with France, former colonies in Africa demand a reset. I think that's enough information for us here to have a discussion on. What say you guys to this topic? Let's start with Kevin Carre. Actually, no. Let's start with Jay on this one.
I think we have to encourage the countries surrounding. So who is actually really taking action? Because it plays for a long time, right? You have this guy Kemi Seba. He was kicked out of Senegal for campaigning against the Frank Shefa. So he was kicked out of Senegal. I believe that was already in 2014 or 15. And he's been active, a francophone Pan-African personality. Let me put it that way. But now that Mali and Burkina Faso are really taking that step, we should be, we all, every Pan-African, because I believe Pan-Africanism is very language connected, right? So African Americans speak of Pan-Africanism, but they are returning mostly to Anglophone. It happens in Anglophone sphere, right? So this Kemi Seba, his actions happen in the Francophone sphere, and I don't even know Pan-African Portuguese language, Lusophone. I don't even know Lusophone Pan-Africans. But what we really should do is put in work. What I mean is, for example, I'm now in Mauritania and Senegal, and I will be in the vicinity or near Guinea-Bissau, and not too long from today. And in all those regions, we should push carefully, because you of course you can get kicked out of the country, just like Kemi Seba got kicked out of Senegal. But every mouth, every hand should be pushing that way, so that what always happens is that these countries stand alone, right? So this the whole of Africa must be infected, even non-francophone countries, right? So in Ghana, in Nigeria, everywhere, people should be cheering what happens in Mali and Burkina Faso, so that the people don't let go, maintenance is an overall problem in Africa, right? So machines, bridges, buildings, they are built, and then there's never maintenance, right? So now Mali and Burkina Faso have taken steps, but I'm afraid of the maintenance, right? So we gotta keep this alive. More fire, as they say in the Caribbean. More fire.
Yes,
That's
sir.
that's what I have to say.
Yes, sir. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? Things are heating up for France in as regards to the former, African colonies, African countries that were former colonies of these French.
What I have to say, more fire. No, I agree with the brother. France is well, the Africans seem to be taking a particular position of really just saying goodbye to a lot of the so-called colonial people in France and in England and other parts of the European world. They seem to be saying goodbye. But I would say, because I think we had a video of Kemi Seba before, and Kemi Seba is a good brother. He seems to be a good brother, but my whole question is, what when you say bye to them, there'll be a void that will be left. So what do you fill that void with? Because if you tell the French, if you tell the French goodbye, I don't want it to be replaced with military control and leadership. That's proven not to be the best thing to lead Africa. I think that Africa needs something better than the military and the big stick. Even though you will need defense to ensure that the French don't try to come back and undermine what you have created. But I think that when you want to say goodbye, you should have something to fill that void, that gap, and something that is understandable to the people who live with you. It is the sentiment of the people who live with you in terms of development, and I think you should work alongside them and include them. I understand that Africa, like the big man, even in the Caribbean, we like this idea of the big man leadership. But the big man leadership won't build and develop. I don't think many countries in Africa. I think that have to be a collective effort with people who are right-minded and thinking, rather than this whole big stick style of leadership.
I agree. I agree. Go ahead, Jay.
I'm afraid that the population needs the big stick. I'm sorry. I saw it in the Gambia, and I actually flew in via the Gambia. I'm now in Mauritania, but I flew from the Netherlands to the Gambia, and I was at a fair. And there was an organization that is about quality standards, and they miss Yaya because it's a mess. And I saw the difference in traffic, right? So people drive in the right lane, right? People drive in the right lane, and when there was a traffic jam, they would drive on the left lane on the pedestal, so if you're walking, let's say cars are going north, right? Cars are going north, and I'm walking south on the other side, right? So cars are going north on the right lane, and I'm walking south on the other side, right? On the left lane, I'm walking south. Cars would come. I would be eye to eye with cars that would not want that would skip the what that wanted to skip the traffic jam. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So it was one big mess, and with Yaya, you wouldn't see that type of shit, sorry. And also laws in traffic with Yaya. There was laws for safety in traffic, not like in Senegal where you have a bus with maximum 14 or 15 people, and there were 35 people in the bus plus 2 to 3 meters on top of the bus with all kinds of goats and uh, 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 whatever coffins, sacks of Irish potatoes. Guys would lift motorcycles on their head, like how you see these ladies with water on their head. Guys would lift a motorcycle on top of the bus with their head. But anyways, those type of unsafe situation, you wouldn't see that in Gambia, and now you see that. Now it's compared with the days that Yaya was on top of it. It's lawless now, and so these guys that this organization for standardization, and it wasn't everywhere, like in service, in hotels they had a handbook for sale. They had a handbook for butchers, for the food sector, for the quality, so that Gambia can partake in world, in the world economy. And now it's all fallen back, right? Yaya also had every first Wednesday of the month, everyone was forced to partake in cleaning up the streets. So you would see even lawyers cleaning up their lane, right? Everyone, every Wednesday was cleaning day, and you better be cleaning, right? And that's necessary, because the mentality is this is Africa, and then they throw the plastic bottle right there in be it in nature, be it in the middle of the street, be it downtown, you know and I would complain. I'm also right on it, and I every time when I see it, I say that's the Africa of your children. You're throwing that mess in your children will be born in this mess that you make. This is Africa. This is Africa. So it's not the leadership. It's not, even if you have a good leader, even if Sankara and Amilcar Cabral and all those guys would reincarnate today at the same time and work together, the population would be a problem, right? Emotional diaspora, the emotional diaspora would is a problem, and all that bullshit that we hear in the West, like African tribalism and child labor and all that nonsense, right? Stands in the way. Plus, here on the floor, on the continent, it's that this is Africa. So they don't consider you. Us from the diaspora, we come back and they look at us as another African. So you're that same plastic bottle. This is Jose. This is Jose from Europe. He's just one of us. But Hans from Germany, or Hans from the Netherlands, he is God, right? So yes, I am sorry. We need that stick. We need that whip. We need that kick in the ass. Oh, this is Africa. Slap in the face. What did you say? This is Africa. Yes, this is the Africa from your children. So never. I mean,
Jose,
yes.
Jose, based on what you just said, I have to agree with you. Based on what you just said, I would say this though. I would say this: if you need a big man, I would say you need a benevolent dictator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would say that based on what you say, because that kind of lawlessness, I see it too. And until the rule becomes our natural inclination and behavior, you need the big stick. And that's an unfortunate thing to say about my people, but that's the reality. That's the reality. So I'd say I'd concede to your point. I'd concede to your point.
Yeah, it's way broader, even the advertisements in the street were pure black only Africans, right? And that's also changing, So yeah, Yaya was a good one.
Let's hear from Kevin Carre.
I have to concede to the two gentlemen. They said, how can I follow them up? Jay, I'm sitting here listening off. you're right. That's a problem. Not just there, but when I walk through, New York City, I'm seeing the same thing. We need to get back to order for us to be taken serious as Black people. If we don't, it's going to ensue into chaos, and it gets worse when our children are born. What are they going to? They have to be clean up our mess.
So,
Jay?
so here's a question then: is it that do you guys prefer you stay up under France, like if you don't have the big stick in place, you guys prefer you stay under France until you develop the big stick?
No. You gotta have there are people there that have it's just you gotta consolidate that power.
You know what I think that it is? Because here in Mauritania, you have these North Africans, right? So what I think that it is when these others are close, that's when we start to throw ourselves away. Right? So when France is still present, we feel worthless. Right? Maybe it's that thing with Carson, or one of the first topics, this envy. Right? It's not envy against them, but it's envy among each other. Yeah. Oh, there's this other nigga. He's standing in the way of me and Hans. Me and Hans. When I'm with Hans, I'm fine. But here comes Steve. Steve is gonna take my place close to Hans. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I fear that it's the presence of other people that make us throw each other away, just like the plastic bottle.
Mr. Untouchable, is it stick under France, or until you have the big stick implemented, or get rid of France and then get the big stick?
That's a very, very sophisticated question. Very sophisticated, because if I was to, I could deal with history now. So when Kwame Nkrumah, got his presidency, as far as Ghana is concerned, in the country itself, there wasn't enough Ghanaian engineers, doctors, electricians, you name it, to really take on the responsibility of leadership into their individual areas and sectors, in what it would take to run a modern society. Really and truly, that I even could suggest that happen in my country and the countries of the Caribbean, but as far as being prepared to run a nation state. I think that when people talk about this idea of independence and freedom, people who are supposed to take on the responsibility of taking on these roles of running the country, local people, I think that these people should be ready and in place to do these things. Now, there are some people who say that, hey, the state used to function better under our colonial governments. And the reason is because they had people in place who were prepared to run the function of governments and take out the emotionalism of being free and independent. Yeah, people have to be prepared for that independence. And if they are not, then you see the things that happened, what the brother was mentioning, the coke bottles on the street and disorganization and chaos that'll ensue. So yeah, people have to be prepared and ready for it. I take the position, and I like the position of being independent, running an independent state. But if I was to be practical about it, as far as what is functional and what is dysfunctional, hey man, I just come from 3 hours of having no electricity. And we've been free from 1973. So if we ain't figure it out yet, maybe we wasn't ready for independence yet. So these kinds of arguments could ensue, man. But that's a very sophisticated question you asked, brother. And I don't know how to. My emotional side say I won't be free, I won't be independent. But does that mean throwing off everything? Because I know the chaos that'll ensue behind that, man. It's a sophisticated question, brother. And I really don't want to answer it.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Our parents left for us to go back. What are we still doing in the West? The back home needs us, and not arrogant, but as servants, sacrificing. You know.
Expand on that just a little bit more. I get it, but just expand a little bit more.
Well, for example, you know, I think a lot of us that grew up in my generation, uh, uh, a lot of us are full of skills, right? I proved myself in propaganda slash marketing and visual shit, right? But I also proved myself as network engineer, Microsoft Novell. I proved myself in entertainment. So I have a bag of experience, right? So I could go back, you know, and with someone in charge with the stick, you know, because right now I'm here, and you know, when I was in the beginning, like about 10 years ago, I was here with a Dutch guy in South Senegal, and people, because he's white, people would come to him with every type of problem because he's white, so he's God, so he knows everything, right? So let me give one real example. The guy from the hotel where we stayed comes at him. Hey, Marcel, my computer is broke. Would you want? Do you want to take a look at it? Oh, and this guy paid at my first stay for over 4 weeks, a month. He paid the flight. He paid the hotel. He paid my food. Everything. Why? Because he knew my worth. I'm smart. I have, as they say in the Netherlands, I have two right hands. You know, I learn languages very quickly, etc., etc. So for him, it was an investment to have me close, right? And so this guy, this brother from the hotel owner comes to him. Hey, my computer is broke. Would you want to take a look? Oh, but I got Jose with me, and that's why he's here, because he's good at computers. This dude looks at me, and he says, yes, tomorrow, okay, tomorrow, and I never seen him again. Right? So you need someone with a stick to get into the head of local people here, that people like them, black people, Africans, are worth something by force with the stick.
Kevin Carey, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
Hey, yep. In the midst of chaos, you got to have the people that's strong to keep to unify the crowd. If you don't have that, you're not gonna have a nation.
Right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10, the final topic for tonight. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight. Thank you for all the likes and the listens. Hopefully you shared the content with others. By the way, I noticed that it's become kind of the thing. Perhaps it's been the thing where folks collect emails and have like these email groups that they send information to. Gas Them Up has one like that too. I tend to collect emails, but I haven't done it much recently. But I want to say too, if you collecting emails and shooting out topics and videos and stuff like that, you know, shoot out the Shoot the Breeze episode as well. You know, shoot that to your people in your email groups, and you know that would be appreciated. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight is Black and Privileged in Vietnam. This came with a link as well. Let's check it out.
I've gotten a taste of what it means to be privileged. Things that I would hear about all the time in the US, and it's like, man, like it's crazy.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to another episode of The Melanated Files. If you guys check out the screen, you'll see that something different is going on today, okay? This is the Black Experience Stories TV. Right, so I want you guys to be aware that we also have this arm of the Black Experience Japan. So this is the international arm. And if you guys are anywhere in the world, a Black person, right, and you have a story to share, please reach out to us at info@blackxjp.com. Right, today we have Ramon Phillip with us from the USA, residing in Vietnam since last year, right? He moved during COVID-19, right? So people are still moving, people are still traveling. So it's also possible for you as well. So we're gonna get into Ramon's story right now. Right. Also, follow us on social media and find us on Clubhouse at the Black XJP. Ramon, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited.
All right. So tell us your story. Give us some backstory, your background, I should say. You came from the USA last year, right? Why the move to Vietnam? Why Vietnam of all places?
So I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I have been a professional musician exclusively since 2010. And I just needed a change. And my girlfriend came with me with the idea to come to Vietnam around September 2019. And the country wasn't even on my radar, but she started to tell me things about it and how different the quality of life is, how much more affordable things are. So I just figured, let me take a chance and see what it's about.
Okay, so she's Vietnamese, right?
No, she's American.
Okay, so she has been to Vietnam before.
No, she hasn't. She was doing, she was doing a lot of research. She wanted to teach abroad and just experience something different. So,
okay, so she did all the research. She discovered Vietnam. She relayed the information to you, and then you fell in love with the idea, and then you decided to move.
Yeah.
Sounded kind of like sounded like me and my wife, because I was the one that proposed Japan. All right. She never had any idea about this whole process and this whole thing. I know we've been here almost 5 years now. So it seems like you're in a similar vein there, right? So, okay. So what were your initial impressions of Vietnam before you touched down?
Well, my family is actually from Trinidad. So, you know, I've been there a bunch of times, and I wasn't, I guess, reluctant to try something outside of what I'm familiar with in the US. And I always wanted to leave. I always knew that there was something more for me out there. And I figured it, if nothing else, it's just a good starting point. So I really embraced the idea. I was excited.
Okay. So what has Vietnam been like so far? You never knew what this country was about. You finally touched down. Tell me about it. Because when I went to Vietnam, like the first thing that hit me was the prices. I was like, okay, the prices can't be real. These prices can't be real. So tell me about your first impression.
So when I got off the plane, of course, it's beautiful. You know, coming from the desert of Vegas, it's green. I live right between a river and the ocean. It's all coastline. Get out, it's busy city, people driving mopeds everywhere. It looks completely foreign. And me, with my American mindset, I assumed that everybody was gonna speak a little bit of English. I was so wrong. So I remember walking around and trying to communicate with people, and I realized, like, oh man, like I'm seriously like in a part of the world that has nothing to do with my culture. And at first, people were like staring at me, and that made me a little uncomfortable. Then I realized it's not because of anything bad. It's just because, you know, you don't really see 6'2" Black men with dreadlocks walking down the street every day.
Okay.
And once I got over the little culture shock, after I'd say like the first 2 weeks, I've been in love with it. It's, like you said, so affordable. Like, you don't really need health insurance, for instance. because you could afford to pay for a doctor's visit. The food is amazing. It's so hard to eat well in the States. It's just so expensive. Rent is crazy cheap. And overall, the lifestyle, there's just more of a cultural emphasis on well-being, like your soul. Yeah.
So tell me about your profession in Vietnam. What do you do in Vietnam? And also before even that, well, tell me that first. And then what was it like moving during COVID-19?
Currently, yes, I'm teaching at an international school, and I'm also performing. I came out here. The plan was to just stay for a couple of months, and I was supposed to go back to the States and play some gigs, actually with Lady Gaga and a few other acts. Yeah, the time came around and the borders were closed, so we had to stay.
I have to say, I've always kind of admired, especially people from my region, from the Caribbean. I've always admired when these folks, like, like particularly Jamaicans, like you'll find a Jamaican like anywhere in the world, man. Like the coldest part of the Arctic, there'll be a Jamaican talking about blood clot and frying some ackee or something like that. So, Kevin Carre, what say you to this video about black and privilege in Vietnam?
Hey, I'm proud of the brother, man. He's young and he's traveling the world and he's learning new culture. And more importantly, they see him like, hey, you know, they don't see him every day. They get to learn about him, get his point of view. Because you never know. As I said, the world is always watching what's going on in the United States. And the propaganda that you see in this country, they always tell you, oh, you know, if you go over there because you're black, they're gonna do this to you, they're gonna do that to you. But when you start to leave and you go, it's like, yo, that's not true. You know, but I'm proud of the brother, man. Keep traveling, keep learning, keep making your money, and just, you know, eventually people, as I said, a lot of people gonna start leaving this country. There's nothing really here for us anymore besides just making money. But I digress.
Jay, privileged in Vietnam. What say you to that?
Well, the first thing that I heard, and that's when my ears started pointing at my phone, was his wife did the research, and they went together. You know, that blinded my whole listening experience. Plus, I clicked I touched something, so I was out for a few. But yeah, I'm. There's a few of these vloggers in Japan. There's a few. Yeah, I'm all air, man. I'm all air because I'm also prejudiced, right? I also cannot imagine myself living in China, even if it is in that chocolate city, the Chinese chocolate city. I also have heard of Japan being very nationalistic, and this brother is in Vietnam. No idea what to think about Vietnamese. You know, you would think that there would be animosity towards Americans regarding history. So yeah, I'm all ear, and I find it amazing that you know, I know about propaganda, but still, I'm prejudiced, right? And brothers, and some sisters in Japan, brothers are proving my prejudice wrong. You know, my pro these guys in Asia are wiping out the programming that I have from Asia, right? So it's probably the same thing as propaganda against China. The world is more human than the European has made it look. And now that I word it this way, you know, I believe my view on the flat Earth, right? So supposedly 500 years ago in Europe, they believed that the Earth was flat. I believe that that was propaganda to keep the slaves from running. To keep Europeans from running, right? Just like today, right? Oh, Asians hate black people. In other words, don't go there. Stay here with us, right?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
Last October, I went back to my country after 32 years. I've been away from Jamaica for 32 years. I checked the State Department's website. They're like, "Oh, don't go to Jamaica because you're gonna get kidnapped or you're gonna get killed. Stay away from these places." I went back. It was cool. No one's bothering you unless you're trying to be obvious and showing your wealth of what you got. No, everyone's minding their business. Everyone's about business.
Everybody is self-employed here in Africa too. Everybody is self-employed or has something to do, or when they have nothing to do, they create something to do. Here and not here in Mauritania, but in Senegal, you have this thing taranga or something like that, and it's like when they are eating, and you walk by their house, the greeting is not hello. No, they greet you, viens manger, come and eat, right? That's how they greet. So two black sisters. I wanted to say Dutch sisters, but no, two black sisters, two sisters from the Netherlands. They traveled Senegal, and they did not touch one hotel, and they traveled from the south to the north. They ate and slept by people that they didn't know. It was viens manger, and they started to chat, and a relation. You know, the world is so humane compared to the rest. It's so humane.
I hear you on that. Mr. Untouchable, black and privilege in Vietnam. What say you to this video?
First, let me say that when you see the United States have these State Department reports, in particular having to do with Americans traveling, they ain't talking about you, brother. They talking about white folks. You know, you could be a safe. You know what? If you was to go to Somalia right now, don't worry. You don't have to worry about getting kidnapped because you look like the population. You look just like the population. But I have found that I have found that I appreciate more so when I travel because of the languages that I was able to pick up in different countries. And it's interesting when you come outside of the framework of the English speaking world, you know, the mentality changes a bit. You know, when I went to Montreal, and when I mentioned to Montreal, the mentality of the French, even though they what they are, their thinking about the world is a little bit different than the anglicized world. And when I went to Cuba, the Spanish speaking world is a bit different from the English speaking world. So I find that you could get a better appreciation when we learn different languages. I think that this whole idea just being having one language, I think that don't necessarily work to our advantage. In fact, I think it really worked to our disadvantage. So I think that there's importance of learning languages. Every black person should at least learn one other language outside of their so-called mother tongue. But as far as Vietnam is concerned, even the Vietnamese, how they perceive the Black American is different from how they perceive the white American man, because they have knowledge about what goes on in America too. You know what I mean? They understand, and another thing too is they love Muhammad Ali when he said that no Viet Cong ever called me nigger. You know what I mean? So their perception of the black person, and even though they fought a war with the Vietnamese, their perception is a little bit. I think that their leader was a Gaviite.
Oh, Ho Chi Minh, yeah, he used to go to all the
Absolutely.
Garvey meetings.
Yes. Their leader was the Gaviite. So all these ideas go into the culture that exists in their society. Don't forget that. So their perceptions, we believed, because some of us believe that since we carry an American passport, well, it's going to be an on-site thing. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So I would endorse traveling more outside of the box of our so-called nation states and learning another language. I think that these things are important for us to do.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Untouchable, there's something I want to add to it. What you said, you see that Southeast Asian region, Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, especially, they get a lot of these Australian guys that come in there and they cause so much chaos. They're always fighting and they're always treating the locals very rudely. But when you see, the black people, we're used to being treated by these same people. So we have a lot besides that, we have a lot in common. But as I said, when we go over there, we're not going to go over there looking for trouble or, having sex with everything that walks. They're the one that brought all these diseases over there.
Absolutely. And what happened, Vietnam is a curious place. And the reason why I say that is when a lot of the US Army went into that place, they had sex with a lot of the women. So you will see some native born black Vietnamese. They have them in there. I mean, they didn't treat them the best way, but not all of them had that experience. I think that traveling is, like I say, traveling is a good thing, and learning languages. And also, let me lastly say that to my brother Kevin Carey, remember now the history of the Australians. That was a prison colony.
Yeah.
So they a bunch of barbarians to begin with. So I don't expect nothing less than when they go to different countries to do the cause conflict and debauchery. And guys, that's who they come from. That's their root. So
that cracker culture.
Real quick question based on this prompt here. When we talk about a language that diasporans should learn, especially diasporans in the West, considering that our ancestors are West and West Central African, what should be the language that we adopt? Some people say, go with the AU and say it's Kiswahili, but some people have a problem with that because it's filled with Arabic merchant terms. Should we in the West focus on a West African language instead? Twi or something like that. What do you guys thought on what's the language that we should be learning, especially those of us outside of the continent of Africa?
It's funny you say Twi. Last year I was starting to learn it from one of my Ghanaian friends.
Okay.
It depends on the person. Depends on what you want to learn. There's no limit to what you can learn.
Depends on where you go. In southern Senegal, almost everybody knows at least 3 languages: Mandinka, Wolof, and their own, and not always French. Not always French. Right now, where I stay now is in the north of Senegal, and it's hard to find someone that speaks a bit French. It's I'm communicating with hands and feet for the past weeks, right? It's a shame because I frequent Senegal for over 10 years and I still don't speak Wolof. That's a shame, but I'm actually glad. They say so. I came to know that only 30% speaks okay French. So people are they love their Wolof. So I would suggest at least 2 languages, right? So if you come to Senegal, that will be Wolof and Mandinka maybe. Depend on where you'll be in Senegal. If you're in the north or northeast, I suggest Wolof and Serer. If you're in the south, I suggest Wolof and Mandinka, or Wolof and Jola. It depends where you go. But overall, I suggest two languages.
Yeah,
It's untouchable. What say you?
for me, I would take small steps. If your intention is to form a greater understanding with the continent itself and to go there and do business and so forth and so forth, the largest speaking population on a practical level, the largest speaking population are French speaking. You know what I mean? And I think that French is easier because it has a lot of anglicized words. I understand you don't want to go from one colonial language to another one, but you're gonna create a situation where you can speak to more people on that level, like Cote d'Ivoire and other places like that. I think that you will eventually learn that the indigenous languages, but the problem I have with indigenous languages is they are outside of the scope of English speaking people. So I come from a position of taking baby steps. You know what I mean? So if baby steps could get me at least to be able to on a communicative level, I'll go from there to actually learning the indigenous languages. I wouldn't go wholesale and try to just because even if I was to learn Wolof, that's just going to really stick me to a particular area. But because of what the colonists have done, I would be able to be able to move around a little bit more, around the continent itself and establish greater relationships rather than just the Wolof language. But I stand to be corrected on that.
No, you're right. You're right. I was a bit idealistic. So yeah, French, English, Portuguese.
Okay.
Portuguese not so much compared to the population, compared to the population, the Lusophone population. It's Mozambique, Angola, and some tiny countries like Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde Islands, and some islands at the coast of Nigeria. So yeah, it's Portuguese is like, yeah, I don't know.
All right, so you guys say take the baby steps, have a colonizer language in the meantime as you progress, deeper into the business activities of the land, etc.
And then you'll eventually pick up. I'm sure you'll be able to pick up. And like I say, there's help out there. There's places like Pimsleur. Pimsleur is a good foreign language resource to pick up, and they teach different African languages like Twi and Yoruba and other languages. That's a good aid as far as languages are concerned. That's a good aid to help, and as you become more acclimated and familiar, because the brother say he usually goes there, so at least he'll be able to pick up a few things more with the aid of Pimsleur and other learning apps and language resources. But
could you type that in the chat?
Sure.
Cool. Well, I guess that's it for tonight. I won't extend the time with a bonus or anything like that. Mr. Untouchable just dropped that title, Pimsleur. I'll copy and paste it into the YouTube chat so everyone can see it there as well.
Yes, and this tonight, I feel like this was a great conversation. Y'all brothers who are on other platforms, don't forget, y'all promote this platform as much as you can. This information can't fall to the wayside. So just try to, whatever platforms y'all brothers are on, just promote, be self-promoting this platform as well,
Yes, sir. I agree with that as well. Yeah, let your people know in your email groups or whatever that, hey, this is my contribution Saturday night to the show, and let people learn about what we're doing over here You know what I mean? I want to thank you guys for being on the panel tonight. I think Mr. Untouchable wanted to add something else. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Those of you who were in the chat. I want to thank you guys who were on the panel. Jay, thank you for coming through.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. See you next week.
Yeah, see you next week, bro. See you next week, bro. And we'll talk through the weekend and whatever. So
yes, sir.
We'll talk again. Yes. All right.
All right. So Mr. Untouchable.
Great night. Great night.
All right, Kevin Carey, I'll see you later as well. You guys in the chat, thank you again for being here. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. Share it with your folks. And we'll be back next week, Saturday. And, you'll see me during the week as well. But thanks for coming through. I'll see you guys next week for Shoot the Breeze again. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.